do it.
Right on time, Bill. Exactly.
Oh, he was here earlier and set up a special
Oh, is
chair.
that right?
Before you
Yeah, he was moving a special chair in.
Yeah, I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to ask, we got a new item on the meeting here that'll be a discussion.
Could everybody make sure your mics are on, the red lights?
There'll be a discussion on the development project occurring in Kanema as well as what's on here. You notice we got several people. Is there anything that we don't have on the agenda that somebody would be interested in speaking to?
You guys want to comment on this?
This is on the Kanema thing will be discussed at a later point. Okay?
Is there any discussion, I don't have the agenda in front of me, I'm sorry, regarding the possible tour of the cove? Is that still on the agenda for consideration?
Jerry, it's on here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, there it is. Is it on there? I don't see it.
Yeah, we have discussion items. We can do that under
Oh,
discussion
all right.
items.
Thank
we can
you.
do that under
We're
discussion. I just wanted to make sure if
Thank
anybody.
you, Pete. Sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you include that in the discussion item.
All right, thank you.
If there's nothing else, then we'll start with the. First of all, I call it to order, but let's take a roll call.
Yeah, noted for the record that we have 4 NRC members here tonight. Do you want to just say your names, please?
Dorothy Daltrud.
Doug Neely.
Jerry Herman?
Bill Clark.
So we have a quorum if there's any decisions need to be made. My name is Peter Walter. I'm staff liaison to the NRC. And Doug, you want to take us into the next item?
Right. We're going to have a update on the Willamette Falls River Walk project.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce Alex Perov, who's the landscape architect with Metro and project manager for the Riverwalk project with Metro. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you. Thanks for having me tonight. As Pete said, my name is Alex Perov, and I'm the project manager for the Willamette Falls Riverwalk project. And I'm excited to be here tonight because that means that this project is moving forward, and I've got an opportunity to give you an update on where we are and kind of a little bit of next steps on where we're headed in the design effort. It's just this button, right? Okay, great. Many of you are familiar with the Riverwalk project, I'm sure, but I just wanted to give you a map of the area. The overall site is 22 acres in size, and we just recently established a preliminary easement across the private property, which is owned by Falls Legacy LLC, they've been a really great partner through this process. And another significant partner is PGE, because they own the dam that we're trying to provide access onto. And to put the Riverwalk into context, though, it's part of the overall Willamette Falls Legacy project. The Riverwalk is supported by an infrastructure and economic development piece. We need to have infrastructure in order to connect to something, and we need to have economic development in order to make this a vibrant place. And the Legacy project has the firm foundation on these 4 core values: public access, historical and cultural interpretation, economic redevelopment, and healthy habitat. And these 4 core values will guide every aspect of this Riverwalk project. We also have, the project is also supported by 4 different partner agencies: Oregon City, Clackamas County, Metro, and the state of Oregon. And these 4 public agencies joined together back in 2011 to form this innovative partnership, and they've been working pretty collaboratively ever since. There's been a lot of progress since the project began back in 2011, and the most significant being the development of a vision document and the approval of a general development and zone change application in late 2014. And this image, the slide of the framework plan, it forms the basis for the site's regulatory master plan document, which basically creates a flexible structure for redevelopment and land use review. It also takes into account the desires from the public for access, cultural and historical interpretation, as well as habitat restoration. And recently, in the last year or so, some additional progress was made. I mentioned earlier that we secured an easement, we secured funding, we hired a design team, and we had another community event. This is an image of the design team, who they kind of referred to themselves as the Design Collective. They are headed up by Snøhetta, which is a firm out of also Norway, but we're working with the firm that's in the New York City office. We've got a local landscape architecture representative from Mayor Reed, and Dialogue is out of Calgary. The Design Collective for the Riverwalk held a public event back in March, on March 30th at the Abernathy Center. And following this in-person event, there was also an online open house event for folks who weren't able to participate. This was a really great way because we were able to replicate a lot of the same activities as well as the same type of information gathering. And I was at the front door checking people in along with Bill, and I can personally attest to the hundreds of people that walked through that front door. We had over 800 people attend this event, and in addition, the online event had about 1,200 people log in online and participate. And so these numbers are reinforcing the idea that this really has some great community enthusiasm around this project. The overall goal for these two events was to collect ideas for possible activities or experiences along the future Riverwalk, and then the design team is taking this information and informing the ongoing design process. This image that's on the screen here is an example of one of the activities. You may have seen it or participated in it if you attended the event. But what was neat about this activity is participants were able to view a variety of different photos of activity ideas and different sensations. And they were able to then make a connection from a sensation to an activity below. So up on the top, you see like spiritual or restful, breathtaking, invigorating. And then you were given a piece of string to connect from that sensation to a particular activity or experience. And this is kind of the overall, everything we heard from the 1,200 people online and the 800 people at the in-person event. It's really quite moving, the amount of input that we were able to get from this particular activity. And as you can see, the public input and the feedback is critical to this process. We are in the conceptual design phase of this project, and that basically means moving the Riverwalk forward from a vision document to more of a realistic idea. And this conceptual design phase basically has 3 different steps. The first step was to define these design principles and programming. The second step is the development of 3 concept alternative designs. And then the third step is the development of a preferred alternative with a phasing plan and a detailed cost estimate. We are currently sitting in the second step of that phase, which is the development of the 3 concept alternatives. Snøhetta is on task to deliver those concepts later this fall. So we're very excited to be able to share with the public the 3 concept alternatives for the Riverwalk in a few months. We're also continuing work on the technical investigation side of things. And as I mentioned earlier a few slides ago about the vision document and how important it is, because it helps create that framework to shape the direction of where we're going. And what you can see on the screen are the different habitat restoration targets that were established by the partners to help guide future restoration efforts and activities at the site. And I gave you all a handout. You have it? Okay. Gave you all a handout, and this identifies, it kind of goes more in depth and identifies the key elements and the desired outcomes for each restoration target. We've hired CH2M to lead this habitat work for the project and to take us from the vision strategy to a more realistic approach that will then feed into these 3 concept alternatives this fall.
Could you name the group that you hired again?
CH2M,
EH?
C like Kathy.
Oh, yes, yes.
It used to be
yes, yes,
CH2M Hill,
Yeah, Hill, okay.
So they've been hired and they're on task to begin work here pretty shortly.
Which group from CH2 from where?
Here in Portland, yeah. And then I wanted to just give you a couple updates on some things that are coming up. Next week, Snow Hedda will be traveling to Portland for a round of community engagement opportunities. One of those opportunities is a stakeholder meeting that will be focused on habitat and mainly identifying key conservation themes and restoration opportunities. And I learned the other day that Trent Warnes will be attending this stakeholder focus group kind of as a liaison, or he volunteered to attend this group. So if you have any questions, I'm sure he's not here right now, but feel free to talk to him. And then Brian Vaughn, you may or may not know Brian. He is the scientist at Metro who is kind of assigned to overseeing CH2M's work and dealing with the habitat component of the project. He wasn't able to come tonight, but he wanted me to invite you to contact him if you had any questions as well.
Was this input gathering, 2 years ago this was done in Oregon City at the Celebration downtown, and a lot of input was gathered from people. Sketching was done.
Okay.
Is that the same kind of thing you're doing again? Or?
Well, so then we're also going to have another community event at the First City Festival on Saturday, the 23rd.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, we have booth space set up, and the design team will be staffing this booth along with the friends and staff. And we've got a pretty, hopefully fun and interactive activity for folks to participate in. And the activity is really going to be geared towards refining the program that we have kind of come up with throughout the process and the March 30th event.
You said visit with the design team and the friends?
The Friends group will be have a little table in the booth as
And
well.
the friends are who?
The Rediscover the Falls group.
Okay.
When is this stakeholders thing that Trent's going to be at?
It is, I can't remember the date. It's on July 22nd.
Second.
Yes, thank you.
How was he able to volunteer? And
I'm not sure.
I think certain organizations have been invited. I'll be there with the Greater Oregon City Watershed Council, along with Robert Austin, who's also on our board. So I think different organizations have been invited to that particular meeting. I don't know the Natural Resource Committee got a request for a representation.
I sure didn't see
But
that.
Trent is on our committee.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So he will be, I've heard it will be in attendance, so.
No.
yeah.
I think he must be representing something else because he wouldn't.
I didn't see a
No.
request to
No, I
volunteer.
did
I've
not-
been involved
not
from
through
day
us.
one.
Okay, well, let me know. I can take your contact information, and if you're available, we can see if it works out with your calendars.
So that's allowed to have a
I think
participation?
you have to check it.
Well, I need to run it through Brian Vaughn, who's kind of leading that group, but I don't see why there would be a problem.
I feel the same way Bill does. It'd be nice to have us involved.
Okay,
Yeah.
not a problem.
Brian knows me well. There won't be a problem.
Okay. But really, that's all I had tonight as far as updates go. So thank you for letting me come and spend the evening with you a little bit. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
You're dealing with a lot of the natural resource issues, it sounds like.
I'm kind of overseeing the Riverwalk design. Brian Vaughn is overseeing the habitat piece.
Fundamental to all this, I've talked to a couple of city commissioners, is I'm really trying to struggle, and I'm hearing they are too. How are you going to make access work? Flow. in Oregon City with the traffic levels the way they are. Is anybody really addressing that? I mean,
Yes, it's a little too early to have an answer for you right now because we're in the beginning stages of developing these concepts, but it is definitely something that's
such
being
as
looked
a
at.
connection to Kanema.
Correct,
You know,
yeah.
the other question I heard this week was from some people are wondering about the low flow levels. Well, you know what? 2 days ago, the low flow levels were augmented by the bladder at the falls being lowered and a lot of water coming over. Are you considering that in your design ideas? Because there's ways to augment water movement.
Yes, and I think
I don't know that you have the authority to do that.
well, we don't necessarily have the authority to do that, but one of the key things with this celebration is we're trying to figure out kind of seasonality of when people want to use and access the site, and trying to get a calendar of what types of activities people want to participate in. And one of the key kind of messages we're going to really push at this event is the falls in the summer versus the falls in the winter, and having people kind of understand what those look like at certain times of the year, and understanding that.
Well, it looked pretty dramatic 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Just because of augmentation.
Yeah.
The last thing I was going to ask, and I'll be done here, was that on your sheet here, you have reintroduction of 54 cubic feet per second, possibly. I know that's the old stationary electric plant, I assume, flow. That's 25,000 gallons per minute, just to let you all know. 475 gallons per minute is a cubic foot. So I thought it was insignificant, but you start looking at it, you know, it's important. So are you really looking at that? Isn't that PG's water?
These were all very broad concepts that were, you could see at the bottom it says draft 2014. So these were what were established by the partners group in the vision document, and this is what CH2M is going to kind of use as their framework as they move forward. And so all of these points will be revisited.
And I think that's one of the drivers for looking at the possible seasonality aspects of it being a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
And I think everybody's aware of that. There appear to be 2 meetings scheduled by Metro on that date. Do you know anything about the 2 meetings, both of them design meetings?
What date?
The 22nd.
There are. There's a meeting with PGE that some of the design collective will be attending. There's a meeting with the Habitat group, and then the third one.
Are they all at Metro?
No, they're not all at Metro.
Okay.
The meeting at PGE is at PGE, and then I think the Habitat one is at Metro, and then there's a river dependent activity. Well, no, I don't have the calendar like in my brain quite yet, but there's another stakeholder focus group meeting that Monday
Right.
or Friday. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? Okay.
Well, thanks for letting me come tonight.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
You bet. Now I have an update on the Cove development and the Public Works Operations Center.
Can you give that to John over there? Thanks.
All right. Well, while Pete's pulling that up, thank you for having me tonight. It's been a long time since I've been to the Natural Resource Advisory Committee, so apologize for that. But the Cove is something that I thought needed a more immediate attention by as many groups as we can get it in front of. So that was kind of the inspiration behind me coming to the meeting. But I thought I'd take a stab at also giving you an update on the Operations Center, and then this proposal for a development in Kanema has gained some interest as well, so I wanted to talk about that a little bit. So I basically got a handful of PDF drawings to show you. This project's been around for a long time, as most of you know. It's the interesting piece about it, though, is that it's all of a sudden coming to a point of fruition where we're actually going to see some activity. The developer there is very interested in moving this summer. He's telling us if they can't get going soon, they aren't going to have enough time to do the earthwork. And this is mostly a cut and fill project. So that means we've got to balance the cut and fill in this site because most of it's in the floodplain. So actually all of it's in the floodplain. So the idea is in order to move dirt around there, you can't add dirt in the floodplain without going through some mitigation of some sort. So what they're proposing is cutting from several areas that are off-site. The project itself is the 244 garden apartments that are on Lot 2. So right behind the Oregon City Shopping Center. That's the emphasis of all the other work, is to grade that lot such that they can build 244 garden apartments. And that, I can't remember how many buildings that is, but it's several buildings. So they're really, they would like to, we've actually scheduled a pre-construction meeting for next week, and they're going to start with, we're going to phase our permitting on this such that they get their erosion control permit first, and we're going to allow them to get on site for Lot 2. There's a lot of old concrete structures, and it's an old concrete plant, so I assume there's lots of piles of concrete on there. They want to crush that to be able to use that for engineered fill. And so the fill on Lot 2 is very complicated, let's just say that. And I'm not going to go into those details, but I'm going to tell you it's complicated. And there's been, I had a meeting last week with, I don't know, I think there was 4 geotechs in the room. So 3 from the project's consultant team and 1 from the city's review team as well. So the idea is to start on Lot 1. If you recall this plan, this plan hasn't changed much from what it's been for several years, with the exception of their phasing of the project. But Lot 1 is an area where they're going to actually borrow some dirt. So they're going to go, that is up near the top of the screen, where near that top of that green line up there. So Lot 1, they'll be excavating, I would say, the smallest amount of material out of that area. But the other intention there is to build a public parking area so that people can use that as the new access point for the trail through the cove. So the green line represents kind of a trail that really pretty much exists already in the form of a bike lane, but they're going to make sure it's safe so that when they're moving dirt around there, that they're not having conflicts with pedestrians and that sort of thing. So the green line will then, so the trailhead will be in Lot 1. If you want to use the trail, you'll be following that green line down to the existing trail, and then follow the existing trail until you get to the North Park area. So I'm going to talk a fair amount about the North Park area because I think that's the one that the Natural Resource Advisory Committee is most interested in. Lot 1 is basically, and Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's basically fill material that's happened over the years. It's got some, I understand there's some sign of wetland on it, but it's definitely deteriorated wetland. It's more of a puddle that because we utilize that for our street sweeping transition, so we dump street sweepings there and store them there until we can haul them off later. So
historically, that was the beginning of refilling the entire cove. That's what the intent was of Parker Northwest, but they stopped because Gladstone objected because their pump station water quality was suffering. Otherwise, that probably would have continued the filling of demolition materials throughout much of the cove. That's what I was told.
Didn't know that, so that's good information. I have heard it's full of a lot of debris, kind of things like concrete chunks, asphalt chunks, those kind of things. So I don't know what exactly they're going to pull out of there. And that's true for the North Park area as well. So the North Park area is where they get the largest amount of fill. And I know that writing on this is very, very small, but there is details about the amount and the volumes of cut and fill on each of these sites. So the North Park is what we're calling the amphitheater, and that's going to change drastically from what it is today. And I've got a better slide of that, but just generally know that most of the borrow that goes onto Lot 2 is coming from the North Park, with the envision of an amphitheater there. So when they show you the details of the grading of that North Park, it's going to be kind of an amphitheater bowl, if you will, that will be there. And there's cuts in there that exceed 20 feet deep, so it's significant. And I'll show you that in a little bit. And then the Tri-City stockpile, which if you've been out on the site lately, there's kind of a mountain of dirt there that came out of the Tri-City wastewater treatment plant excavations for their last expansion. And so that they're going to use some of that. They've got authority to use all of that at some point, but it's for a future. Most of it will be used for a future phase of the Cove project. The orange line represents kind of their truck route, and we're talking large-scale vehicles here. So some of the biggest excavation equipment we've ever seen in Oregon City is going to be on this site, and it's going to be moving. It's going to be moving fast. And so the type of trucks that they're going to be using are trucks that you wouldn't typically see on a roadway. They're going to be large, heavy-tired trucks or large-tired trucks that can still, don't overload the road, but they carry a lot of weight. And they'll be moving back and forth and back and forth. I don't remember the number of loads, but the contractor mentioned a number that was extremely large. So lots of truck traffic.
100,000.
What's that?
It was 100,000.
Yeah, it was a big number.
It was mind-boggling.
Yeah, so look for that. In order to do this work, I guess the other big impact, besides the look of the area and the transformation of the area, is the need for safety on the site. So securing the trail is very important because pedestrians are still allowed to use the trail. Even though the trail goes through the heart of the North Park area, they'll be doing that in phases and doing it in such a way that pedestrian traffic will be able to continue. So they're actually going to build a temporary trail as well, and move pedestrian traffic from the temporary from the permanent to the temporary, and then back to a permanent alignment as they kind of move dirt around. So that was always a requirement, and I think Mayor Neely was inspirational in making sure they had good pedestrian flow through there from several years ago. I remember that issue. We've listed a schedule. We're suggesting that the developer, there's still some hurdles that the developer needs to get through, but we've been working long hours to try to get to an approval for a notice to proceed on the 19th. And we'll see if that happens. Like I said, we've scheduled a pre-con meeting, so we'll bring in all the franchise utilities and all the key folks to that meeting. And the intent, again, is to issue a erosion control permit first, give them access to the site, and then we're going to issue what we're calling a mass grading permit, which will really talk about the details of how they're going to move the dirt and what their requirements are for doing that. So a lot goes into that. And they're anticipating closure of Main Street Extension, and really we think we'll close Main Street Extension definitely to through traffic for about 4 months, beginning on that July date. And so they hope to have all the work, including the new roundabout and the new section of Main Street and all the utility work that needs to go into that done by the end of October. And we are. A lot of things have to go right, so we're feeling a little bit on edge about the pressure of being able to get that stuff done. They've committed to the fact that they're going to bring on multiple crews, lots of equipment, and so for us it's kind of like we've got a developer who's saying they can get it done. There's only so much we can do to say, really, well, let's make sure you get it done, right? So we'll be doing that. So I'm going to go on to the next slide unless you have questions about this particular
Before
slide.
you leave lot one, what is the depth of excavation on lot one? Is it going to go down to water level, or?
Actually, no, the depth doesn't change. If you remember lot one, it's got some piles of debris in the middle, and then it's got some side slopes on the edges. They're really going to cut those.
Okay.
So at this phase, they're not digging a lot out of lot one. Future phases call for the possibility of that becoming lowlands, wetlands area.
We've had
For
John
reparation?
Runyon that's come to
John
speak to
Runyon
us.
is working on an analysis to see what might happen for that. The city has hired them to do that, so we're managing that contract as well. But yeah, right now phase one is just to kind of deal with the edges and deal with it that way. So if there's no more questions, can I move this? I guess I can do this, right?
It should, yeah.
There we go. So the North Park is an area that I think many people will be surprised, even though the plan hasn't changed a lot. It's changed a little bit in terms of the depth of the cut, and a little bit with regard to the access to the peninsula. So this one, as we started looking harder and harder at the details of what was being proposed, this one concerned us the most. It's in an area that was restored several years ago. Jerry, again, you probably remember this.
Yes.
I think, Doug, you probably do too, because there was a contract that the city hired to armor and restore the Clackamas River edge of that area. There was concern that the high flows would come in and overtop that and erode that area, and then essentially start eating away at the peninsula. So we're going to marry up, or I say we, the developer is going to marry up to those improvements with something very similar that's going to go further. I'm going to use, I think there is a pointer on here, so you're going to have to turn around. That low area is right here. So if you're used to the park and walking along the park, you know, this is kind of a high area along here. There's some tables up here. Then you can drop down, and there's kind of a low flat area there. And then as you go back up in the trail peninsula, or the trail to the peninsula, you climb back up out of that, right? So that flat spot's going to continue over 100 feet upstream, essentially, if you will. And in this area right here, all the work, I guess I should say, all the work that is happening on this site is just above the ordinary high water mark. So in this area, and again, you'll see the profile of this cut, but this is the deepest cut right here. And they really, because that's a steep bank from the water's edge up to kind of that area where the tables are. So
What's
there'll be
the elevation change?
I'll show you that, but it's several feet. So they're essentially going to create a little cove here, and then again the amphitheater kind of bowls out into this area. But the thing that's kind of unfortunate is when they did that stream restoration project along the Clackamas River, they planted, they restored plantings in a lot of these areas. Some of these are older and they're cottonwoods, but these in particular are trees that were planted with that. They're all coming out. And that's one of the first things that will happen. They'll come in and they'll clear this out of here. And so expect, as I think most do expect, the clearing happens first, right? So they'll be taking care of that right off the bat.
That's really sad.
Where will the amphitheater faces which direction?
Let me get to that. I just wanted you to see on an aerial photograph, because a lot of this area, just keep in mind, this is an area that's unfortunate, Jerry, but as you know, this area, the majority of this area is not very,
Oh, the rest of it
it's
is,
just a dump, right?
Absolutely.
It's a dump.
but that was designed,
Yeah.
There's no way to save them. I mean, that's my question. It's
No,
already very
not
well.
with the cut that they need.
Oh.
Yeah, they'll be digging deeper than any tree roots or protection, and they really need that material for really the
They do
borrow.
go clear down to the river's edge, or you're not talking about taking them clear down?
No. That's actually part of the bowl, so that slopes back to the bowl as well. But yeah, I think.
So they're going
let's
to
see.
narrow the grade in the process, though?
They're gonna take that lower grade and they're gonna carry it this way.
Right.
But then they kind of have to slope back to the river's grade as well. So
Yeah.
it's kind of that's where they tie in. I mean, the tie-ins are always where it's kind of critical, because you got to get back to the native grade, and how they do that in this area is going to stay back from the Clackamas River side, but it's going to definitely be right on the edge of that. Okay.
Is a search for soil driving this, or there could be a buffer ridge there left for the people who live in Gladstone? Yeah, I'm just talking concept.
At this point, there's not a buffer planned, and that in the design phase, there's not an intention to do that.
Okay. But it's a need for soil that's driving this. Is that not true?
It's a need for soil, and it's a need to.
Well, the
I think that area is
amphitheaters.
mostly about the need for soil. We still got the desire for the
Right.
for this
Well,
amphitheater.
The
it
amphitheater
doesn't
bowl.
sound like all the trees are going to go away. It sounds like a
Right.
band of trees are going to go away.
Yeah, but I think the trees that most people see, and the ones that are looking young and tall and
Right.
starting to show shape, those are going to go away
Yeah.
temporarily. Now,
On
there's
the-
a whole planting plan that goes along with this as well, so don't just know
Yeah,
that
I
that's-
remember the planting plan, and that was one of the things I commented on, was their lack of tall trees, meaning 100-foot and above trees, because our raptors need it.
I'm assuming there's Doug firs shown in there. I haven't studied their plantings, but they're small, right? Is that your
Yeah,
point?
they were.
They go in
Things like star magnolia, which will max out at 25 feet. and height.
You're going to exceed
It-
my
it's-
capacity to understand if you start
it's-
talking tree types here. I'll leave that to Pete.
Start
Okay,
right
so
where you were.
let me, this is the next
Sorry.
slide here that shows a little bit of that grading
I
plan
see
in
it.
topographic drawing. So I know a lot of you are familiar with these, a lot of people aren't, but the lines kind of represent 1 foot elevation. And so, again, that's that low lying area. So you'll see these lines here represent what the new topography. So they'll take that high water mark and they're basically pushing, or 1 foot above it, and they're pushing it back, and they're creating kind of this inlet cove here, and that's where a big chunk of their borrow comes from, right there. And then this area up here, eventually there'll be the trail will be reestablished, and then this piece of trail will be back, and there'll be a trail through here. That's kind of where what I've heard is the design of some kind of an amphitheater, whether it be truly an amphitheater with a stage or something much less than that. I don't know. That's a future phase. This is really about grading. But this is the property line that the wastewater treatment plant maintains. So we'll be taking that edge and basically contouring it down to this point here. And there'll be a ledge for the pathway, and then it'll drop off again. And this shows again, there'll be rough grading, but eventually there's a opportunity for a turnaround and some parking up in here. And I know eventually there'll be bathrooms, but that's a future phase. So this is all about grading. There'll also be another pathway that'll go around the top edge of the amphitheater. So let's go one more, which, Pete, I might need your help on this one.
Okay.
So these are hard to read, and so if you can zoom, just if
zoom
you can
in?
use the
Yeah,
zoom
okay.
function a little bit. So these are profile drawings through the site, and I think this top one up here best represents
second.
what you're interested in.
Yeah. This computer's a little slow, so it takes a while to catch up.
Blame it on the computer.
Yeah.
I appreciate you doing this. I sent these to Pete today, so he didn't know what he was getting.
Let's see. Here. There we go.
Yeah. So if you can just plus a little bit there.
On the upper left.
One more. There we go. Okay, so on this drawing, and I'm sorry you have to turn around to see this, but this dotted line represents the native material. So the treatment plant property is over here, the cove is over here, and this is kind of a site through essentially the deepest, through the main site. So, and these numbers here represent feet. So 10 feet, 20 feet, 30, 40, 50, right? And their elevation. So your question, Mr. Clark, was how much, right? So if this is the native grade, at this point here, we're going to see 10, 20, probably close to 27 feet of depth in cut.
1 or 2 feet above the ordinary high water line.
Right, so the ordinary high water mark's down.
Amazing
down
number
here.
you just
Where's the
articulated.
100-year floodplain line?
Oh, it's all in the floodplain, so...
What, is that an old berm at the top there that's to protect the Tri-City plant?
That's actually that's a dump site, kind of just shows up on the topography. So there's a mound of dirt out there as well.
But that's not an old levee?
It's a what?
Levee?
No.
No levees here. So this represents that line, and then there's a slope. That's the pathway, and then these are kind of that's kind of the low end of the amphitheater, and then the amphitheater kind of goes up this way. So again, significant numbers. I think Jerry, you mentioned that those aren't small numbers. I haven't been around too many 27-foot cuts in my career, so be interested in watching it. That's,
By the way, the reason I mentioned that ordinary high water line was that was such a bone of contention. Remember, 25 feet was what I always felt was what was exactly shown in the cut dredging permit, and for some reason it ended up being 16 feet in the code. But I won't go there. It's okay. This proves it.
Yeah, again, those are numbers that there's been more specialists than I am at coming up with some of
Huge
that.
fight.
All right, so let's see.
Do
Can
we
we
go-
go back out? I
Yeah.
think. No.
Just zoom out.
Zoom out. So moving back to Lot 2, this is where the Garden Cove apartments are at. Again, this is a grading plan that kind of shows building outlines, but they're rough. So, that's a building. There's a building there. These are all kind of building pads, if you will. Did I do that?
I did that just
Okay. So again, right now you drive along Main Street Extension, and you can see the Oregon City Shopping Center, right? You can look over the berm. There's a little bit of a berm there, but you can pretty much see the backside of the Oregon City Shopping Center. You won't have that opportunity in the future. So, are you going to make me drive? Okay. So I'm going to move this way. So again, here's Main Street Extension. This is the same alignment of Main Street Extension. There's going to be a roundabout there, so I think everybody knows that's been following this project. They're actually going to lower Main Street in some areas to get it to this elevation. I can't remember. I want to say the most is about 4 feet lower.
That roundabout's where essentially, what is it, Agnes comes in?
Right, where Agnes comes in. We've got a parking lot entrance, or not a parking lot, but that's the entrance that we use to the cove right now. And then behind it here, this will just be a terraced wall with soil, and there'll be some rock embankments that they'll use, that they're not necessarily structural walls, but they're walls that'll help the terrace move kind of up the hill for their buildings. And so again, this area back here, I think it's been an area of focus. There's some wetlands back here that people have been interested in that will be protected. There's actually a pretty significant structured wall, like a segmented wall, like you see sometimes. You won't really see that because it's behind the Oregon City Shopping Center, and most people won't see it. But so anyway, they'll be building the roadway and all the utilities with that, and then doing all this grading, and then
For you.
Now, all those building pads, will they be graded at a level that would be out of like the 96 flood, or would this
yes,
all?
yeah,
That's what
they're
they're
also. I mean, these flood numbers bounce around, but it's my understanding each of them are at a minimum a foot above the 100-year floodplain. So that's.
Yeah, but what size flood was 96? That was more than 100 year, wasn't it?
It was, so our 96, isn't that right, Pete? Our 96, our 100-year is the 96.
There's
That's
the
probably
base
debatable.
flood elevation that we use for design is based on the 96 flood. But all three flood layers are shown on our GIS, and I think the 96 flood layer pretty closely approximates the 100, but don't quote me on that because I haven't checked.
I thought our code was 2 feet above the 96 flood level.
What is it? 50.7 feet, and then a foot above that is the design flood elevation.
Yeah. So all plumbing has to be a foot above that. So if they've got
Yeah.
plumbing on the floor, the floor elevation is probably more like 2 feet. All right.
We're good. Just before, could you go back to the previous one?
We can show that on the GIS map if you want.
No,
Yeah. All right.
let him do his thing.
Curious.
I was kind of curious about the stormwater management of the site. Has that been plotted out in any detail at this point?
Yeah. So for the roadway improvements, there's swales along this edge of the roadway. So most of the roadway runoff is treated that way. Inside, they've got some features amongst the buildings that they're going to be dealing with stormwater treatment, and since it's in the floodplain and it's that close to the corridor, they really don't have to store it, but treatment facilities will be accommodated on the site.
So none of it's going to be running to the back little creek or waterway in the back?
There may be some of that, yeah. There may be some. I don't recall the storm plan in great detail.
Is anyone going to maybe replant that, clean it up? Because it's really pretty pitiful, just because it was garbage, so much garbage thrown during the concrete days, and then
Yeah. Don't recall the landscape plan for this. We've been pretty focused on grading, but, and I know, again, they need to try to avoid that wetland. So
Yeah.
removal of invasives maybe, but it's back to kind of like what we were talking about in Kenema. There's opportunities there
Right.
later. Doug, was there anything else on that slide you wanted to talk through?
Not on that slide, no.
So again, so this represents basically a slice through the site. I don't remember how this slices through the site. So this slices, the top, or the one that I'll show you first kind of slices through the site this way. And then the next one I'll show you slices through this way, just to give you a feel for that. So again, pretty major fills. This there's Main Street down here, so they're stepping this up with a variety of fill and rockery walls. And then these are building pads along the top. And this is kind of near the Oregon City Shopping Center. And we kind of lose that we lose it off the drawing here. Let me see if I can. Yeah, so they're essentially tying back into that.
The building pads are basically the height of the shopping center.
Yeah. Yep. I think they're going to be above the shopping center.
Okay.
Yeah. From my recollect, from what I've heard, the shopping center flooded in '96, didn't it?
Didn't quite. Didn't quite.
96
Not
also.
quite. Okay.
90, 64 it did, but, well, I don't think it was there.
If it didn't 64 that.
It wasn't there.
Well, 96, the basements were flooded.
Yeah.
Those high school students cleaned them out.
There's a couple of holes in there in that site that you've probably seen. That's what this kind of represents. But again, significant fill in there. So I think these are 5-foot contours between the lines. So between the bold lines, that's 5 feet. So right here, that's 17 feet of fill, 18 feet of fill. And then down here, again, this one's kind of a shorter view. Actually, this is the back side of the Oregon City Shopping Center. So I got that wrong. So
So you're above that,
yeah, so they're building a segmented wall, and then here's the kind of the depth of that ravine. And just these fills, these fills, especially where the buildings are, they're doing some real specialized fill, treated fill, so that as they bring that material up, they've got sufficient structure. And even some of these below some of these existing layers, evidently there's some real challenges based on the geotechnical exploration borings that they've done that are going to be problematic. So, I guess my main point here is that, for one, we're going to get started soon, and that's going to be one of those things where equipment will be out there, and just some of the site has got rockery and concrete right on the edge that they're going to be required to get in their silk fencing. So they're going to do that with equipment and trenchers and those kind of things. So, there'll be some of that activity before we issue a grading permit. And then I'll go ahead and allow them to start working this concrete stuff and start crushing that before we issue a grading permit. And then in the interim, we're expecting them to meet several conditions so that we can then issue the grading permit. So there's that, there's the road closure of Main Street, and there's just the upset of what we're used to having there.
And the walking path must be
In the
closed.
walking path.
Yeah.
So to deal with some of that, we've got some provisions for like electronic reader boards for the drivers and posted signage on the trail for walkers, and then some informational, just general signage. So we still haven't defined all that. That's kind of a work in progress, but we've already notified the developer that there's pretty high need for that. We'd probably benefit from some of these details right there posted on either end of the trailhead, just so that those folks that are interested can see that. But wanted you to know.
And
Wow, amazing.
We
So-
had a, go ahead, that's right.
October, the grading's to be done, including all the road improvements to Main Street by October? They'll really be moving a lot of stuff.
The know, we did a great job in notifying the public about the jug handle closure. You're going to get a lot of prior notification by the signage before they actually close it.
Well, the jug handle was our project. That's the difference.
Yeah.
We could commit to some things. You know, this is still a development project. So, you know, we struggle with that in that we don't have a lot of control over the development. We can write conditions of approval in, and we can approve plans, and we can have requirements that they do notification. But with the jug handle, we spent a lot of money internally
You're right.
on getting the word out on that and having special meetings and making that work. This is going to be, it's not going to be as impactful as
it's
a
not.
jug handle,
Well,
obviously.
no, I was thinking about having the signage out there sufficiently sooner than the actual closure occurs. So the people that are used to using that are going to see those signs maybe even a month ahead of time.
Well, it won't be a month because the 19th is not too far away. So.
Maybe up by lot 1, so
Yeah, we're
people
definitely
can park
putting
up
them
there
at
and
lot
just
one.
really
6 days
see
from
and
Probably lot
information.
1 and probably out by the Washington Street
But,
parking
but
lot.
also
Yeah.
the trailheads as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So
Thank you,
with that,
John. That's very, very.
He's going to stay around for a bit and talk about something else. Now I've got some comment forms here. Rita, your question was directed to this presentation, right?
Are you going to go talk about the Public Works site first or Kenema first? Just asking.
I'm sorry.
Is John going to talk about the Public Works site first or the Kenema project first?
Which one are you going to talk about first?
well, you're the chair. I don't
Well,
care.
the thing
Yeah.
is,
Well, we-
no,
yeah.
here's
We're talking
the point.
about-
We've got people in the audience.
Rita has already put a comment on
Okay.
to this project.
Yeah.
And it makes sense for
Okay.
her to come
Yeah.
forward to ask her question. at this
I'm
point.
just asking so I can track it on the thing
Yeah.
here. Sorry.
Right, come on. Yes, you do, because we need you on the mic.
With regard to that Kenema question, though, I think aren't all you folks here for the Kenema thing? So might make sense to switch
Yeah.
that up.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Don.
Thanks. Yeah.
Unfortunately, my apologies for not being up on what was happening in the Cove before. I've really not been to any meetings about it until tonight. So I have some questions that probably have been answered. I want to know about the elevation of Lot 2 and the access to the apartments. And
Future access
yes, when it's developed.
when it's developed. So let me go back to that slide. So let me back out here a little bit.
You know, I started writing my questions when you had that first one up with the lot numbers.
So there's 2 access points for the cove.
Okay.
There's a driveway here, which is going to be fairly steep, getting from Main Street up to here. And then there's
Okay.
another driveway access here that won't have that kind of grade to it.
And where's that from?
That's from Main Street Extension. So you come
okay.
under 205 here. If you're heading from Main Street, what, downtown Main Street,
Yeah.
and you're heading to Clackamas Park, that's the direction you go. So a few hundred feet from the I-205 overcrossing, there'll be a driveway entrance there. There is one other entrance here for times of flooding. So there's an easement that's provided through the Oregon City
Yeah,
Shopping
it's
Center.
already there.
It's there now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think there's actually one other pedestrian. I don't think they're developing it, but I think there's another pedestrian easement down here.
Now, where's the fill coming from?
It'll come from Lot 1, it'll come from the North Park area, and it'll come from the Tri-City mound of dirt.
Okay. Well, that's good in that one of my concerns is I lived here in 64, and all of that land down there was covered with groceries because the grocery store flooded and the windows broke because Army ducks went down Washington Street and broke the windows.
Yeah.
And so I know the 64 flood very well. And so if this fill is coming from there, then we don't have to worry so much about Gladstone's water level being affected or not?
Right, so this is about balancing the cut to the fill. That's a requirement in the floodplain,
All
that they
right.
balance that. So that's one of the reasons why they have to take such a big bite out of the North Park area.
Okay, okay. Well, that may not be all my questions, but you should see the scribbling. Anyway, thank
Well,
you.
we can, I mean, I'd be happy to give you more.
Okay, well,
in a different setting.
I think I covered my questions, okay, so, thank
Good
you.
questions, those are good questions. Thank you.
We'll go ahead
Thanks,
with the Kanema discussion next, as opposed to the Public Works place, because so many of you are here. I know I've got comment sheets on Kanema, but I'm going to give John a opportunity to speak to, particularly a letter that I got from Paul Edgar that I forwarded to all our members on this committee, as well as to John, and he was willing to come here and discuss that particular project with y'all.
I should have that up and running on the bottom of the, under
Should I
the,
close this then, Pete?
yeah, close that. And then, you know, I might need to control it from here. Sorry. Get it running. Something a little different in screen sizes. Be right back. You want the photographs?
No, I think well, they're all one PDF. It should be one PDF.
Yeah, because I have the photographs,
Oh, that's right. There's two there's
and
two
then I
videos.
have the pre-application.
Okay, so let's just let's start with the photographs then.
Okay.
So maybe so let me start by saying that. Thanks, Pete. This right now is yet to be really a project, but I'm calling it the Kanema Cottage cottage housing development. Why? Because the developer has more recently suggested cottage-style housing in this area. So this is on Miller Street, looking into the site, and we have had in Oregon City, in order for a property owner to even get started with the project, he's got to go through a pre-application meeting. And so he went through one several weeks ago, and at that pre-application meeting, he kind of shared what he wanted to do. The city gave him so in preparation for those pre-application meetings, city staff go through and they look at all the resource information that we have on the site. And that would include geologic hazards for this site, because it's in, most of Kanema is in a geologic hazard. I think maybe all of Kanema is in a geologic hazard. And it also is in, I think all of Kanema is in a historic, it's covered under our historic code.
Most of the neighborhood, yeah.
Most of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Well, this site definitely is. So, and then
Plus the natural resources.
all the other things, like we talk about utilities, we talk about frontage improvements, all the development code that would apply to the development if they really did things. So for a lot of developers, it scares them away because they realize how much energy they have to put into a development. And in Kanema in particular, we've seen a lot of that, where they maybe haven't even bought the property and they'll pay for a pre-application, they'll come in, they'll talk to staff, and they'll get that information. So in this case, this is owned by the guy who's doing the work as well. So he's developing. So he had one pre-application meeting. Out of that, he got some pre-application information from the city. And one thing that didn't come up on this, because it's not on our mapped inventory, is a wetland. Okay, so but what I learned yesterday, and John Stutzman, is he the planner or are you the planner on this one?
I'm the planner on the site plan, so I can talk about the wetland stuff.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Pete can chime in. We haven't really connected on this,
Yeah.
but what I understood was the owner at the time was told, hey, there's possibility there's wetlands on there. You probably ought to do a wetland delineation. So
Right.
he hired someone to do a wetland delineation, and with that information, he came back and said, yeah, I got wetlands on there. I got to rethink this. I got to figure out what that site really looks like, because as you know, those of you that live in Kanema, it was covered with brambles. Many of you, I know Mo's been there forever, so she probably knows exactly what that site looks like. So But he's a new owner, right? So he wanted to clear it, and he told, I think what I heard was, he said, I'm going to do some hand clearing.
We said you can do hand clearing without equipment, other than handheld equipment, and don't remove any trees that are bigger than 6 inches without notifying us first. But removal of blackberries and invasive species does not require special permit from the city. Beyond that, be talking to us and don't do anything beyond that.
We also told him he needed an erosion control permit.
Yeah.
So he came in, got his erosion control permit, and I don't know if I've kind of lost the timing, because track of timing, but I think he did some clearing before he got the erosion control permit.
Yeah.
And so with that, we put a stop work order on it. John Burrell, who's our erosion control specialist, went out and said, wait a minute, you can't, we're going to stop you here. You need to get an erosion control permit. And with
And
typical,
we did tell him to get the erosion control permit, but first, before he started anything. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
so he took some liberties, no doubt, with this site early on. Jerry, looks like you got a question already.
No.
Okay, so he's definitely done some things without having city authorization to do so. But when he did come in and get his erosion control permit, he said, here's my delineation. Delineation is good. I've talked to the Corps. I've talked to DSL. No, not the Corps. He talked to DSL, who's Division of State Lands, who regulates unmapped wetlands. They're the regulatory authority. If we haven't mapped it, we can regulate wetlands, but only if they're mapped. If they're not mapped, the city doesn't really have much authority over wetlands. So DSL said, we don't know enough about this. We need to come out and delineate it. And they were talking. They didn't talk to us first. They talked to the property owner and said, you shouldn't be doing anything out there until we get a chance to delineate that. But they didn't put a stop work order on, right? So about that time, Paul was sending out emails, and it was like, uh-oh, we got a problem out there. And so we got a chance to go look at that and see what was going on. We felt comfortable that he wasn't in the wetlands, but we put a stop work order on it because of all this grading work that had happened without authorization. And to be quite honest with you, when I heard about it, I really didn't have the time to really get out there and really take a look. So I saw some pictures, and I said, nah, we're stopping him. This is a little different than what we said. John Burrell had given him authorization to put in what we call a construction entrance, basically because we understand he needed to clear the site, or was planning to clear the site. And it's okay to clear a site with equipment, but we didn't know that was going to happen. So that was a surprise to us. But a property owner has the right to get on their property and clear it. It's just he needs to stay out of the wetlands. So we knew we had a wetlands. We knew that he was using equipment that was bigger than we planned. We knew now, after seeing some email correspondence, that DSL was concerned about the wetlands. So, and again, they're the regulatory agency. So they didn't really have, they didn't take the action on that. The city took the action, and we put a stop work order on it. We said, we're not going to give you any work and authorization to work until we talk to DSL and figure out what their real issues are. So we did that yesterday. And so these pictures are from yesterday, and the property owner made the decision to not only map the wetlands edge, but to set his fencing 20 feet back. Now he cleared within that area, but the best I can tell you, because there's not a lot of sign of where that wetland delineation is in the real world, it's based on property lines and those kind of things. There's some flagging that sits back in here that at least represents one point of that delineation.
Yeah.
And when we met with DSL, they sent Karen Hoffman out, and she indicated to us, this is well outside the wetlands, what this property owner's done. And maybe he didn't tell you what he was going to do in a timely fashion. He gave us some sidestep stories, but he's well outside the wetland, and we don't have any regulatory authority in here unless he touches the wetlands. And by the way, they said the state doesn't have a buffer for wetlands. So he could be right up to the wetlands. And really, if I think even what I understood was anything that he would do and propose to do in the wetlands, he would have to mitigate. But right now, he's not proposing anything like that. He's cleared the site and trying to get erosion control up, and that's where it's at. So I would say that the property owner took some liberties with his clearing. It would have been better to know that he was going to be using large-scale equipment. As I got out there, I thought it was pretty impractical for a site that size to actually have to get in and do it by hand. So I think if I were a property owner, I probably would have wanted some excavation equipment as well. But he should have included, I think, the planning department in on that, and didn't. So, and on that site, there's a variety of clumps like this. This is just an example. I don't think there's a tree that would require a tree removal permit in this, but this is several small diameter clumps that are kind of growing with ivy in between them and blackberries in between them. There's, I think, 2 or 3 like this on the site, and we told them, look, you should come in and get a tree removal permit from the city to clear that, just to keep yourself out of trouble with anybody, and stay as transparent with what you're planning to do from this point forward as you can. So on the site, this picture is again on the, I think this is 4th, along the 4th Street edge of the site. So we have some recommendations for additional erosion control. He hasn't completed all the erosion control yet because we put the stop work order on there. Still like to get in. I would say this, the definition of earthwork is, I've heard DSL suggest when they were on the site that this was earthwork, but in reality, I don't believe it is. I think this is soft soil and removal of blackberry bushes with a small excavator, and just in doing that, it's kind of roughed up this soil a little bit. But he's not moved soil other than what he's done with his. Was that a track excavator out there? I'm assuming there was some kind of a track excavator. I think that's what I heard from John Burrell. So again, no grade changes, no real grading. It's really just trying to move those blackberries into piles and clear that out. And he'd like to finish that work. So, and he told us he had scheduled for a geotech to get on site to do 2 borings, and I understand that was going to happen today, and we gave him authorization to do that. We've since lifted the stop work order on this project, and we've received written email from DSL that they're the property owners well outside what they know to be the wetland area, and they do plan to come out later this week to fully look at the backside of this site where the wetland goes up the hill. I mean, they'll look at the whole site, but they're focused on the area that this particular developer is not planning to impact.
Is DSL willing to do the delineation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Or-
they're going to do a delineation of their own or verify the delineation.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but they're sending someone else besides Karen.
And he's doing his own delineation also.
He's coming out. I think he verifies the delineation that was already done. I don't know that
And
they
he
do.
paid for that delineation?
The property owner paid for
Yes.
that delineation.
Okay.
They had a wetlands expert do that as well.
But what was he delineating?
The wetlands.
No, but we didn't delineate the wetland, and what is he? Is that right?
It's not.
So
I can-
we did not. The city
I
did
think
not.
that's my question.
Yeah.
So the city did not delineate the wetlands. The property owner hired a wetland.
So it wasn't a
expert.
verification then. It was.
No, they delineated the wetland.
Okay.
At least on one side of the site. I don't know that they did delineate. Yeah, they did. They delineated both sides of it because it's now mapped. We saw a map of that. The verification is DSL staff that come out. They came out today to just say, yeah, there's not a problem here, and we don't have regulatory authority. But we've ordered the delineation verification, and we're going to do that. So
Okay.
they're doing that at the end of the week. But they had no problem with the work continuing.
Right.
And when I say the work continuing, again, this isn't a development project yet. They've been issued no site grading plan, so we've reminded the property owner that this isn't a grading project. This is a vegetation removal project that he can do with mechanical equipment. That's legal to do it that way, and especially erosion control. You know, you can get trenchers and things in to install your erosion control. So that's well within his right, and it's well within our right to give him that authorization to do so.
When it comes before you in terms of the development, is this a type 1?
It would be a type 2
Type 2.
because it would be site plan and design review with a geologic hazard review.
What I'd like
Yeah.
you to do is, because people, I think there's some people who are going to want to follow this,
Yeah.
and you talk about the process where
Sure.
they can make comment and so forth,
Right.
that review. If you could take a moment to do so, I'd appreciate
Right.
that.
So we have 4 levels of development review. A type 2 review requires public notice and comment within 300 feet of the tax lot. And it doesn't require a public hearing unless there's a variance request or something that deviates from our code. And by our code, I'm referring to several chapters in our zoning code that require that site plans conform to all kinds of criteria, including tree protection, tree mitigation. If there are any natural resources on the site that are not mapped by the city, like this one, we require that DSL send us their reports along with it. The type of development he would like to do is called cottage cluster, which is a development type that is permitted in single-family zones, but it's using a very small footprint for each unit of housing. And it has a minimum and a maximum size specification for each of the units. He has submitted a second pre-application conference for that cottage type development, which we have not held that conference yet. So once we've held that conference with him to look over the cottage cluster idea, we will give him all the feedback that we gave him during the first pre-application conference. So he's pretty familiar with what the city's regulations are by now, but he hasn't submitted a formal land use application. And the purpose of the pre-application is to make sure that we understand as a city what's being proposed and what he understands as an applicant in terms of what the regulations are. And then from 6 months from the pre-application conference, he can, anytime within 6 months of that conference, he can submit a formal land use application. And at that point, we look at it, make sure that it's complete. We ask for any items that are missing, and if it's not complete, we don't prepare a public notice. Once it's complete, we send out a notice within 300 feet of the site. Like I mentioned earlier, the site will be posted with one of the blue land use notice signs. And then we also put the project on our project website and the planning website on the city. The Natural Resources Committee gets notice of all land use applications, whether they are in the natural resources overlay or not, so that they can comment on things that have the potential to significantly impact natural resources. And, you know, there's quite a bit of scrutiny on this project, so there'll be some concern. Once the application is being reviewed, there's a 14-day public comment period within which we can take written emails, written letters. It's not a public hearing type thing as long as it meets the code, but once we issue a decision, it'll have conditions of approval attached. There's a 14-day appeal period following the city's issuance of a decision. So anybody that submitted public comment gets notice of that decision and has legal standing to appeal the city's decision, but it has to be based on the criteria that we reviewed it against. The appeal, if there is one, would go to the city commission on appeal, and then there would be a public hearing for the appeal of the community development director's decision if someone files that appeal within 14 days of the notice of decision. And if you need me to repeat all of that, you probably don't, but just give me a call. I'll go through it. It's specified on our code, and I can run through it again.
Now, I'm going to ask a question.
Sure.
Is the Historic Review Board involved in this at all? Or
Right. We haven't talked about the Historic Review Board. The Historic Review Board is responsible for compliance with the Historic Overlay District. Kenema is a National Register Historic District, and the architecture and massing of all the homes and new construction in the Kenema District must be approved by the Historic Review Board through a Type 3 process. A Type 3 process is a public hearing, but the Historic Review Board is not reviewing the site plan. They're reviewing how the structures are compatible with the historic nature of Kenema. So all of the site plan, landscaping, tree removal, parking, all those kind of site plan details are going to be reviewed through a Type 2 process with notice and comment. But the historic review part of it, which is going to be handled by John Stutzman, will be submitted via a separate public hearing process. There'll be some relationship between the site plan and, you know, those kinds of things, because you can't really look at one without the other. But the HRB is primarily, and the Historic Review Board is primarily interested in historic review criteria. They're not going to be reviewing site plan review criteria and those sorts of things. That will come later. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll take your comments and questions in a moment. I just want to indicate that we are not a decision-making body. We are advisory committee. If we feel that there is an issue, we ourselves can, as he said, can respond to this. And I think this is a great venue for bringing up issues that you have. But we are not a decision-making body. But minutes will be taken, and so those things will come forward. Now I have three comment cards. If you want to speak, please fill out one of these comment cards. We need that for our record, even though we're not a decision-making body. We have a public record that we have to keep, and so we have to know who they are. So,
Chair Neely, I just want to point out one little piece that I saw. We saw photos. The drawing that's up shows, again, a proposal by a property owner that hasn't been vetted yet. But it becomes part of the record as soon as we have a pre-application meeting. So this is maybe his dream, but it might not be yours. It might not be ours. It's a place to start. And so I don't think most public recognize that. It looks very official, doesn't it? It looks like it's a done deal. And so people who don't follow code and process and are just, living lives in their neighborhood see this kind of thing and assume it's received a stamp of approval. And especially if they've been led to believe that. So I think, it's, I'm glad you're here because you get to see that and recognize that the city's got a well-vetted process. But property owners are ambitious, and when they're ambitious, they put lots of buildings and encroach on things that they shouldn't encroach on.
So are you saying you don't see that matching at all within the existing?
I'm not. Yeah, I would say it has some interesting concepts. Cottages in Oregon City.
That's how I'd put it.
Cottages in Oregon City have not been approved, as I know, but we have cottage code. So we are likely to test our cottage code, but that's going to be
one cottage, but not 6.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's the numbers, those kind of things. So I think those are public comments. I would just say, at this point in time, it's too early to really say where this development's going to go. But it's a property owner's right to ask, and that's kind of where he's at.
And Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, you mentioned we're not decision making, but we do have the responsibility to make recommendations if we so
yeah, I mentioned that.
intend to the city commission.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'd probably do through the planning commission first.
Right.
Because,
Planning commission.
Well, Planning Commission would not be reviewing this. It would be a Type 2.
It's Type
No,
2.
but in terms of the comment
In
period, we would be
general.
able, we see these things anyway. So if we had a comment, we could make it
To
in the same way the members of the
Oh yeah,
public can submit.
to staff. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and start then. Maureen Kieran, is that right? Yeah, go ahead and state your name and whether you live in Oregon City or not. You don't have to give your address.
My name is Maureen Carey, and I live in Oregon City, across the street from the site. at the bottom where they show all the nice little trees clumped together there just outside the wetland space, I would urge you to walk up, I think 50 feet into the woods, and there's an old water reservoir for Oregon City. Jerry came out and visited it.
I know it is.
That is the source of 100% of that water. And my concern is it's July and those ponds are full. It's not even December or even April when we get 40 days of rain and everything floods. So that's what I would urge you to take a look at as far as land use. And the only thing I have to say about our neighborhood is I would say at least 85% of the homes, even the new ones next to me, they are one house, two lots. Oregon City was plotted way back when, and there's these little 50 by 100, but that's not what our neighborhood is. Almost every home sits on two lots. And so to see that cluster of these, I know it's not finished now that John explained, but to see that many buildings go in with the wetlands and the way the slope is behind me, if he fills that side of the street that's sloped towards me, which I already get water in my basement in the winter, what are all those buildings and all that concrete going to do to more standing water coming towards my lot?
You're on 4th Avenue?
I am. I'm directly across the street.
And then where's the little water reservoir? I've been to the site, but I wasn't walking.
Back section.
It is right in there off the corner.
Oh, okay.
I own
I saw
from
that
corner
down
to
there.
corner.
Yeah.
I actually own 4th to 5th all the way along Miller. So they are.
Yeah, I was out there today.
The water drawn on it.
It's an interesting site.
Yeah. Neat.
Share.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
So
I've been down here too.
my house is. I own this whole lot here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just for the record, there.
I have squatters' rights for 39 years. I've lived in the same house. So, but my concern is the slope of that corner with that water reservoir being above already. When it rains, we do get trenches through the yard already from the drain of the water. So with more buildings comes more standing water, was my thought.
You take you take a look at that kind of thing as things go forward. Is that right?
The reservoirs are interesting. Now that we know of them, and now that we have this wetland delineation, we're going to be interfacing a lot more with DSL on this site, on this site development, because for whatever reason, I'm interested in that as well. But why that waterworks isn't on our delineation, I don't have an answer.
This actually came up before you were actually a public works director, and perhaps maybe before you even worked for Oregon City. But this had come up before, that it wasn't delineated. And when that happened, I went out to those reservoirs.
So you've walked up there.
A long time ago.
Long time ago. Well, now they're more decrepit and more overgrown. But as a child, living in the same house that I bought, we played up there a lot. I've played in this empty lot, and as a kid, it was basically you take those old brown swimming pools and a stick, and you can have yourself a little lake. So, and then the concern with, he did rip out quite a few trees in the easement. And I don't want to see you guys give him liberties right off the bat of I got my permit, I can do what I want. So my question was, for John, was it a construction entrance or a full driveway? Because when you guys stopped him again, he was in the process of putting a driveway all the way around.
The rock entrance is just that. It's a construction entrance, and the idea behind those is that if they're tracking mud off the site, we want them to cross that rockery area, clean off their truck or their equipment there before they track it out onto the street.
So,
So
how
it's just
long
a
is that construction entrance supposed to be? Because he was constructing it for several hundred feet and then planning on going both directions to have a good foundation to go in and out of there? Because
No,
it's
I mean,
so muddy.
our plan shows what, I didn't measure it, but we've got a erosion control plan that actually shows that construction entrance on it.
Okay.
And I didn't see it exceeding what was shown on the plan.
You
Bring the
guys
photo
stopped him
back
in the
up.
middle.
Say that again?
Bring the photo back up.
Okay, I'll work on that.
There's a photo from Miller Street that should show, you're talking about the rock entrance on the Miller.
Yes, I was
Yeah.
just curious if it's, he told us, or told
No,
my
that's
neighbor
down
that
the
he was
hill.
putting in he got a permit for a driveway when
Like a
it's
shine.
now, tonight was said it was a construction entrance. So I wanted to know what's the average length of a construction entrance?
They're like
Well,
30
it's,
to 40 feet.
and it's part of an erosion and stormwater control plan, the rock pad.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
size of it would be based on the size of the project and the amount of equipment crossing it and so forth.
we have a standard detail, and for the most part, this didn't look different to me than what we would typically require on.
I
a
think it was
site
the first
of this
picture.
size.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
So
it is.
I'm standing on basically the edge of the road, taking the picture in.
Right. And you guys stopped him in the middle of constructing the driveway.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Because he
it
had
doesn't-
resources out there to go all the way to the fence. That's why I just
All
wanted
the way
to
to what
clarify.
fence? What
All the
fence?
way to the back of the lot. He was gonna go.
To the neighbor's
all the-
fence?
He was going all the way to the end
Neighbor's
of the
cyclone
lots,
fence.
was his intention.
Past the people over red.
Yes,
I-
past the people. So
Yeah.
his intentions was to build that driveway all the way back. So that's what
That's
my
behind that
question
double.
was. How long did you approve that entrance for?
Not that long. No, it's
Okay.
not. I mean, I assume since the construction fabric is.
He had rolls
Is
and
right
rolls
there.
of it he removed after the stop work order, and there was another truck full of rocks that arrived after. So he was going to continue to go, and you guys stopped. So what I ask of this, pro builder from California is no more liberties. He needs to do what you permit him for.
I agree with that.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know to what degree those reservoirs, in fact, are recognized as part of the national significance there, but you may want to particularly
Yes.
watch that historic review
Yes.
board meeting when it comes up to look at this.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing that.
Clint
Maureen.
Goodwin, would you come up and
Victoria Goodwin.
Sure. She can come up too. I'll just write, if I'm going to write your name on here. What is it?
Victoria.
Victoria?
Either
Also
one.
Goodwin?
Yes.
Thank you. I got that too,
So Clint and Victoria Goodwin, we live in Oregon City, specifically Kenema District. We are the adjacent property here. Surrounding. This surrounds our whole property. Two sides of our four sides.
So you're the corner of 4th and Miller?
Yes, if you look at this little map, I actually walked this out today and I pasted off. And so what you'll see in your copy, mine is exactly the same as yours, hopefully. I did add in, you'll see as I ran out of ink when I printed these out, you'll see some ink pens because of my horrible spelling and being in a rush. I pasted off from the water tanks above, 50 paces from the corner to my best of my ability to the street, and then 43 paces to my property line. Kind of gives you a distance of where those water tanks are at, and some of you have been there already. There is now currently water, a flowing creek into that first water tank. As those tanks fill up or to a certain level, then it overflows and continues out into that. And it is currently flowing right now in July. It is approximately less than 36 inches wide, I would say, but it is flowing water. And it is going into that tank, filling up, and flowing out through. The area I colored in with pool is the area that's completely saturated. His fencing that he placed is maybe to the outside of the grayer area where he placed his erosion control. But if you were to, this picture is kind of deceiving because if you were to dig down maybe 2 inches, you would have moisture in the dirt. This is all wet, and it is July. It is kind of deceiving because it has been dry. We did get rain last weekend? But since then the sun has been able to dry the topsoil. But that does flow during the winter. We could hear it. We usually have salamanders and frogs that come through our property from that because it gets too saturated. So they're looking for dry land. They come to our place. My concern with him moving this dirt, now you said he wasn't moving dirt, but you were talking in your previous project elevations of a foot and how important a foot is to floodplain. There are areas that you could look and he's moved a foot or more in elevation. You'll see it drop a foot or more as they push the equipment through to clear out the brush. You can't get the roots of those blackberries without taking out a portion of the dirt. He moved that top dirt up to 12 to 18 inches in what I could see. I do live right there. I've watched this from day one to current. The plans that we received that you just had, I'm glad you put them up on there. That driveway that you see, this rock construction driveway, according to the plans, he wants to put 5 parking spaces there and basically turn our neighborhood with a parking lot. That would then be outside parking for the 6 cottage huts or houses, or whatever you want to call them. And on the other side, as you can see in the screen behind you, there's another adjacent parking lot of 3 parking spaces along with 2 on Miller Street. Because it looks like he's not planning on putting garages from what I could see. But back to the water point, we do get flow off from this area into Maureen Carey's yard. It does rut through her yard. I've seen her repairing that as well. So that, just the rain that we had last winter and that last winter before that was really dry. Just with that, we're seeing water overflow from that area.
The water also runs down the side of our property down Miller Street, sometimes very heavily. And I think what our concern is, like Maureen was saying, is with them messing with that wetlands and that water flow from the reservoirs, how is it going to affect our property?
Yeah.
None of us know because there's no history to that being cleared for very long enough to know where that water goes. I mean, just the movement, and then, like she said, building foundations, moving the earth, grading.
Diverting water.
What's going to happen?
And the property we're on, the one that on that corner of Miller and 4th at 502, that is an 1867 house by Captain Cassidy Williams. He was the first
Settler in the neighborhood.
Settler, and he was the first captain to navigate from, you can look it up if you Google it, from here to Eugene through the Willamette River. So that house itself in that neighborhood is the hub of the history of Kenema. And this change around with the water and the foundation, it's messing with that. That house goes, then you have the other stuff that's in that neighborhood, but this doesn't match anything. That'll come later in the other board meetings. But with the water, just please be aware that is active flowing water right now as we speak. This map was made today, about an hour and a half ago.
I have a question about those tanks.
Yes.
How old are those?
From what I've been told by the residents, and I'm pointing back to Maureen Carey, who's been there 39 years, early 1900s, if not late 18.
They're the first water reservoir supply for Oregon City.
Okay.
I would say they're more than 50 years, which makes them eligible.
Yeah. I just asked because yeah, you've done a good job explaining what happens with the water in the tanks. So as the other 3 tanks fill up, but the water continues through the first tank and into the well. Good to know.
And then my only question I had, we were talking about the wetlands being delineated by DSL. That was accomplished today. My question that I had while you were speaking was, what defines the edge of a wetland?
I'd love to take that on.
Yeah, please do.
There's 3 factors.
3 factors.
Hydrologic, vegetative, and soil.
Yep.
And there has to be all 3.
Right.
Except in one case. and that is if all of the vegetation is obligate. Obligate
Define
means that
that.
it only grows in a wetland. Okay, and that doesn't happen very often. So if you have vegetation that only grows in a wetland, then you probably got the hydrology in the soil.
You got
But there
skunk
are-
cabbage down there?
Pardon me?
You got skunk cabbage down there?
I haven't seen any. I don't even know I don't know what that would even look like.
Well,
always call them horsetails. Is that skunk cabbage?
that's Echinacea species, and
Equisetum.
He knows this.
it's a genus that is not obligate. It looks like an obligate wetland species, but it's not. It can be in a wetland, but it can also not be in a wetland, and that is called mare's tail.
Would you describe hydric soils? You mentioned it.
Hydric soils are acid soils, and if you dig down and make a straight line, you'll see like deposits of iron. You'll see capillaries where water can flow and things like that.
Being that he's moved the topsoil, can this test be done to even find that out at this point?
Oh yeah, it has nothing to do with
It does
the
have-
very
okay.
top.
Okay.
It's through the profile of the soil. It's
Because I
not-
haven't seen those tests, or even I think I've seen one bore test
Well, I think
they use with an auger spin out.
Okay, one thing you have to understand is that a consultant delineated the wetland. DSL reviewed that delineation and agreed with it. Okay, so DSL did not delineate, but they agreed with the delineation. There's a fine line.
Okay.
Because you could go hire your own wetland specialist and maybe get them to dispute the first specialist line a little bit.
It's not. From what I understand, the line's not. It's not like an exact line.
It can look pretty close, but it depends on the site. It can be a fairly dramatic line to a train.
Don't we
eye.
have buffers? We have buffers on ours. It was surprising
Within
that
the,
DSL didn't have
within the
buffers.
natural resource overlay district, so what I wanted to clarify was that it's a dynamic site. You know, Kenema has all this groundwater moving through it all the time. The city's adopted map was based on the local wetland inventory from 1999. And in our code, we say, if you fall within that overlay or touch it even partially, we're going to regulate it as if it was in the overlay. If you're completely outside of that city overlay and a wetland shows up, you're going to have to comply with DSL and Corps engineers, but we're not going to apply city criteria to that thing that you find. But that doesn't relieve you from the responsibility of complying with the DSL and the Corps of Engineers.
I've speculated. I looked at it, some real estate in Kenema myself, and eventually killed the deal because of drainage issues. There were 6 lots, but the buildable space was the lot the house was on and maybe 25% of the other 6 lots.
Just
Which
one
I
last-
suspect is the case in a lot of Kenema, that the houses with more than one or a couple of lots, it's because you can't build on them.
And I didn't answer your question about the buffer, sorry. If you're in the city's overlay district, we apply a 50-foot buffer from a wetland, and we require that delineation be done on site, just like the guy's doing. But we base our 50-foot buffer and any impacts to that buffer and any mitigation associated with impacts to that buffer based on that on-site delineation. And that's what is called a natural resource overlay district, or NROD application, which is a local land use application to Oregon City.
The buffer starts from when? Where?
From the edge of the
Delineation.
wetland.
That yellow tape,
Yeah,
where that flag was hanging in the tree.
yeah. So if they find those, what Bill was talking about, those conditions, that sets the edge of the wetland, and then 50 foot beyond that,
Which
There is-
impacts that site a lot.
you can.
Hey Pete, so what I understood was, even though there's now been a mapped wetland, the city doesn't have regulatory authority over this.
We don't. We don't.
It's clear out here.
So we rely on DSL for that. Who doesn't have the 50-foot buffer?
Apparently, yeah.
And one last comment before I step down. The neighbor If you're looking at the map on this side of the proposed, so on the Miller side,
South.
The side content,
the
yeah.
history of them, and of course, Marine Carry back here is that area of pooling in 1996, I was told 6 to 8 feet deep.
When I talked to the owner and the builder, when I was walking on the site was when the state was out there. I asked him, I said, so what are your intentions? How do you want to landscape that? I said, Keneva's going to be real involved in that. Are you involved in your neighborhood association? I told him, I said, you better be. But I said, we really embrace a lot of green in this town, and I said, I think Kenema does too, because I know people that live there. And he says, well, I want to duplicate what's next door. And I said, well, it looks like this had a lot of fill in there. I don't know if you're going to get away with that anymore. I said, but I don't know that. But he says it's what he wanted to do, was duplicate the neighbor's yard out to the end. Well, looks to me like there's a lot more water here than there is next door. But
Yeah, that's creeping
again,
up on
I don't.
almost 200 years ago. We're getting there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that
I
was
think
the
the neighbor's work is not 200 years ago. I heard after '96 they piped most of the wetlands, which is unfortunate. And DSL had rules then similar to what they have now, and so that was an illegal.
The Corps of Engineers, and that, the Clean Water Act does not necessarily prevent a landowner from changing the grade and so forth of a piece of property to change the hydrology. So that's not necessarily impossible to get a permit to do that. To drain it dry. It wouldn't be easy, but it could be done.
They'd have to mitigate.
I don't know. Well, yeah, probably. Existing wetlands, yes.
What DSL told me today is
They
it's
would
not
have.
that they would allow changes in the wetland area. It would require delineate. It would require mitigation. Is how they presented it. So we didn't go into details of that, but
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I was going to say we're going to have the best last, but actually it's last because he filed after the others. Paul Hicker, come on up.
Paul sent the email.
Thank you, Committee Chair Doug Neely. I'm a person who's been active in land use, and I've got my certificates and taking all of the classes in land use. Not seldom do you find somebody that has his certificate. But this property, yes, did flood through there, and it was close to 10 feet deep, and it flooded into the basements of all of the adjoining houses along 4th Avenue. So that was in 1996. And so I've documented the historic waterworks, and it is part of also the document that went to the national, when the district was nationally registered. The area there has because it's no longer, they had wood pipes came out of there to feed the system in Kenema, but it's historically just these aquifers that come right out of the hill above the tanks, and when you're not using the water, after it just floods down into that area, they put the pipe down that goes all the way down to I think it's Apperson or something like that, and then it comes out and comes down to 4th Avenue. But immediately after the initial effort, when there was a stop work order, they did about 1,200 square feet of clearing. That pipe that takes water from the wetlands and takes it down, and is part of this creek, and it's literally waters of the state. But
Is it this pipe over here that you're talking about, or is it up in here somewhere?
no, it goes down, from wetlands that way.
This way.
That way, yes.
It's open ditch across.
Yeah, they've got an access. Yeah.
There's a catch basin right here, right?
Yeah, a catch basin right in there, and then from that catch basin, there's a pipe that takes it down, all the way down. And when you guys were doing the improvements on stormwater on 4th Avenue, then you captured the water at that place and prevented it from going further down within that right-of-way.
Right. It went, and now it goes down to the.
It goes down into Little Coffee Creek.
Right.
Right there, and it continues its flow through there. But the water, you know, this area, what the Historic Review Board or the National Register document for Kenema, whenever you disturb any of those areas, you have to have a HRB review. This is everything that's been done up to this point by mandate has to have had an HRB review before they could go on. And Pete, I think you guys know that, but it's well documented, and if you don't, you should. It also needs a right-of-way permit, and there's no right-of-way permit for all of the clearing. And so all of that area where the rock is Miller Street. And where all of that clearing, that is mandated in our code. And so far, it's kind of like we've been watching, and I've tried to make comments to this because I've said, hey, we got to follow the code. We got to do what the rules say we've got to do, and we're not following. And I really I thought your comment back to me in your email was thought it was poor. John, I've never had that type of comment from you before, and I
Sure you have, Paul.
uncalled for.
I have called you out on your emails many times.
Well, I know I will push the envelope, but I will tell you this: these things need to be followed up on. And this is Kenema, and it's the only National Register Historic District in all of Clackamas County. And we need very much to be protecting it, and the types of massing and apartments and of this type of housing never has ever been there in history of Kenema. And so what we've got in this historic district is under the code. We've got to do something, and I hope that you guys get involved, and I think that this needs to be ratcheted up. I think we need some public hearings on it, and I think that the setback rule requirements need to be looked at. Very much. Thank you.
Were these water features detailed in the historic designation documents?
Yes, there were.
Including where the water went,
Where the water? Yes, they're all in the historic documents.
Excellent.
Wow.
And for us to step back and not even acknowledge that and say that we don't even know.
I don't think we're stepping back and not acknowledging that. I
Okay.
have to take issue with that statement. We are doing what we can to stay abreast of this project, and we put a stop work order on it.
Well, did you know about the historic water
Yes,
tank?
I did.
Okay.
And
the
John
floor.
Stutzman is our Historic Review Board planner now, and he's well aware of this as well. And he's going to be preparing a memorandum that deals with, the Kenema, the public works aspects in Kenema and how they're affected by the HRB decisions and that sort of
Well,
thing.
this does require an
Yeah.
HRB
Yeah, no, I
review
get you.
now.
And he indicated that.
Is that dotted
Thank you,
line
Paul.
on this diagram, is the dotted line along Miller Street, is that the setback line?
This line right
Which
here?
one?
This line. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I would. Again, this is their drawing. I mean, I'm not sure what all those dotted lines are.
Is that, when you said there was gravel in the right of way, are you talking
There
about?
is 10 feet of gravel in the right of way. According to the surveyor's line, there's 10 feet of easement from the street. So he laid half of that driveway in the easement.
On Middle Street.
And took out trees. And took out trees and all of that vegetation for 10 feet on property that he didn't own. Did he need a separate permit for that?
We typically, especially in the Kenema neighborhood, there's a lot of area in the public right-of-way. We know how wide these easements go through Kenema, right?
I know, I have people park, like try to park on
They're very wide.
public easement that I
So,
know
and typically, we allow property owners to maintain and do work within that right-of-way. We haven't issued right-of-way permits for something that's off the edge of the pavement. Now, if they were building like in this case, if he's building frontage improvements or doing something like that, a development or even a home building, we would often issue a right-of-way permit. But for something like this, erosion control permit we consider adequate permit for what we're requiring him to do. The rest of it is really, I mean, I know people are feeling like it's grading, and to me, I saw a lot of. You could see where they'd scraped the ground you could see the roots, right? The roots are still sticking up out of the ground. So it's really work that hasn't been requiring right-of-way permit.
I agree. The only thing that got deep is he sunk his little excavator in by the trees and then covered it all with hay. So if you actually go out and look and take a shovel, you can get enough water for a swimming pool if you dig a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that the biggest concern that I had with the email was just the context at what it came in. It seemed derogatory towards staff, and Paul knows me well enough to be able to call and say, "Hey, there's a real problem out here. Hey, John, come out and look at this water work right now." And I would have preferred that. The style in which Paul does it and emails it and words his emails in such a way that I think surely raises people's attention.
Well,
That's for sure. And
Frank,
if you're
I
after
think
that,
you're quite right. There's a history of it. He wrote this letter to Metro, threatening to have guns out there when they were doing work in the Metro area. You don't make friends that way, Paul.
Good intentions executed badly, but we're not here about.
Okay, that's okay. That's fair.
Well stated. Well stated.
Great statement.
He brings up good.
Paul usually brings up good ideas. It's his delivery.
Yeah.
And I too am guilty of bad delivery, but emotions run high.
Linda Basinger.
Me too.
So I got a question about we've had a GIS process in the city for a long time. Where's the GA process? The goat army. We should have prescribed a goat army to work into this site. Is that not true?
Well, blackberries and ivy are an issue in Oregon City. We know that.
Well, goats aren't that selective.
Yeah.
They eat more than blackberries.
The other thing I was going to say was if we didn't see any cross sections tonight, but if you look at the site just visually, even with my eyes, it's very clear, steep slope profile, then perched and actually inverted structure there where it rises toward the homes where you guys are, so the drainage clearly would be retained behind that natural levee, shall we say, which is typical of Waterboard Park, by the way. Same, and also Paul's site, very similar. It's just amazing how many ponding areas there are on the slopes of Kenema. I think it's mostly the boring basalt and how it moves down slope and slumps. But
Go ahead, Linda.
I'm Linda Basinger, and I live in Kenema. I've lived in Kenema for 21 years. I've lived in Oregon City for longer than that. One thing that people always forget when they're talking about Kenema is West Lynn. West Lynn's been a part of Clackamas County for a long time, and West Lynn also has a National Registered Historic District as well. So they always think that we're the only ones in Clackamas County. It's totally mistaken to come through there. And some of the
I think the person meant to say in the original Clackamas County.
in the original Clackamas County. Okay, well that was there. Yeah, I think the whole thing there. But things get really miscued with where he says things. And in Kenema area, we have many, many lots that are 5,000 square feet or less. Some of these lots are almost substandard to come through there. They're just small lots. Some of them are in double lots, but not. There's just many that are there. Someone should maybe do a count to find out exactly where they're at, but they're not all the larger lots that they have to come through there. And we have, in Kenema, we call things vernacular. Well, if you're in vernacular, cottage, we're doing words here to come through there. But maybe this gentleman does not know the vernacular word. Maybe he wants to do a vernacular village rather than a cottage. So I think some of this is just semantics with words. Could be. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you for all of you for coming. Thank you,
Yes.
John, for
It's nice to have this turnout.
including this in,
Yeah,
in
thank
your
you.
presentation. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Especially the update on the cove. That's really important to see that detail.
But he's not done
You
yet.
guys aren't going to stick around and watch the Public Works Center?
He's not done yet. He says he hasn't come forward to us that many times, so he feels guilty. So he wants to take up our whole meeting.
Hey, just send me the DVD or something.
All right. You can watch the video later. Okay, so let me, I think he has this one actually. for us.
Yeah, okay. Hang on.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you for, I know we're getting late, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. So another project that has been around for as long as my career has been here, which is coming on 13 years now, has been a development of a public works center. We've been through lots of iterations. In 2009, this was the master plan for the site that was adopted by the City Commission and the Planning Commission. So this site, for several of you, so since then we've heard from our various commissioners that they want us to look at something that's a little more conducive to the, well, first they wanted us to look for other sites, which we've done. Then they wanted us to look at a plan that might help address some of the neighborhood concerns. So since 2009, we've been doing variations of that, but there's been some time spent on looking at other sites and some time that it just kind of sat idle, and now we're kind of back looking at this site again. So this is our existing site with a new plan shown on it. So we own the property that fronts Center Street, and then if you're familiar with John Adams, that goes up to the kind of the trailhead for Kenema Park. So I'm guessing this group is very familiar with that end of the site. That area is not something the city owns. This is all Armory property, the piece that's kind of shown in gray. But we own all the other property that's shown kind of on the rest of the site. So right now our building and most of our operations are down on Center Street. We also own the parking lots across the street. And we just bought this property right here not too long ago. So this doesn't represent what we have today. This represents what we were planning to construct in 2009. And I'm just showing you that for some perspective to see where we've gone since 2009. Any questions before I move on?
Before you move on, where was the proposed tower structure, shall we say, that came up from level 1 to level 2?
So, yeah, thank you, Jerry. This was a 4-story building that bridged, if you are familiar with our yard, there's a rock quarry that occurred many years ago. There's lots of history with that quarry as well, but our building sits right here right now, which is kind of a 2-story building. We've got 2 floors in it, some with pretty low ceilings. And really this area is kind of a covered parking area. So we were proposing a 4-story building so that, you know, employee parking and some of the smaller truck parking could happen down here. And we essentially would deal with the elevation change between the upper and the lower yard with the building itself. And then we had a fleet shop planned here. We had plans for acquisition of the Armory, but it was in a future phase and mostly intended for storage. We have a new plan for the Armory now. And most of the heavy truck traffic, or the bigger truck traffic, our back on our dump trucks, our street sweeper, those kind of things, were planned for on this upper yard. And at the time, we had kind of a plan that brought traffic in kind of in a one-way fashion up here and out through John Adams. So the neighborhood really hated that idea because it put big truck traffic on a pretty narrow section of John Adams Street. And so while there's several issues that the neighborhood has raised, that was the biggest one by far. There's a natural area back here. It's called the Rock Outcrop. You may have heard about it. There's a grove of white oak trees in that area, as well as white oak trees in some of these areas. And the neighborhood did not like that plan for bin storage and truck storage and kind of pushing things to the edge and removing that rock outcrop and all those. So that the three big issues are the 4-story building. Neighborhood didn't like that kind of size of a building being that close to the center street and in the McLaughlin neighborhood, given the character of the neighborhood. They didn't like all the truck traffic that was proposed in here and the use of the upper yard with the heavier truck traffic, and this rock outcropping was a big one as well. I think those are the big issues. There's some little issues too, but those were the big issues. So more recently, I would say in 2000, or time flies. So we started this effort in 2015, started reaching out to the neighborhood with, we'd heard a lot of things through years of community meetings, so we knew a lot of what was the concern, but we reached out in other ways and met several times with McLaughlin neighborhood or leadership in the McLaughlin neighborhood to kind of better understand, make sure we understood all their concerns, and a lot of it had to do with the things that I've already talked about. We came up with this plan, which put more of the large truck traffic on the lower site, still room for parking and some employee parking, some small truck parking on the upper site. Instead of building a 4-story building, an office space and shop space, and really we focus a lot more energy on early acquisition of the armory. And we show bin storage and some future growth areas here, but pretty much leaving this area as is, maybe cleaning up some of those edges a little bit so that we're, still have some yard and turn spaces there, but we're not impacting the rock outcrop area.
Where's that Smucker's building on this drawing?
Smucker's building.
The old cannery.
The cannery building?
Yeah, the cannery.
So on this drawing, the cannery building sits about in here because the rock outcropping is right behind the cannery building, so it's right about in here.
Yeah.
Okay. What else can I tell you about this one? So this is just kind of a bubble drawing, bubble diagram that kind of softer, and that's something that we, I guess, in part of our public outreach, we had a pancake breakfast at our existing site to try and encourage folks to come, and we got a significant turnout for that compared to what we were expecting. We had enough pancakes, thank God, but and Jerry didn't get to make it, but we were hoping for a guest
If you had a beer garden in the evening, you would have gotten more people.
Well, you never know about this stuff, So we had a lot of young families, a lot of new families, and so we shared this kind of plan with them and just tried to, again, get some of their ideas and kind of learn from them what they were thinking. There's definitely still opposition to this. I don't want to say it's rosy out there. I think we're making headway with some, and we're never, like the library, going to be able to make everybody happy with this site, but we think we can come a long ways in terms of compromise and make it a very functional site at a cost that the community can afford through existing utility rates, which I think is important for people to know. We don't intend to go into debt on this. We don't intend to raise taxes. Our rate structure is intended to set aside funding for this as every year. That's what we've been doing for this for many years. So we're saving our money for a future operations center. We've since turned this in. This is less vetted. We're just now starting to show this drawing. So this shows a lot more, most of the large truck traffic with more kind of carriage house kind of, a large carriage house kind of parking on the lower level with vehicles that could go in one way and out the other. Site doesn't support all of that. Some of this, the grade of Center Street starts coming up, so we couldn't really drive out. So these will be, back in and back out kind of thing. We show an elevator here instead of a 4-story building, something more along the lines of a industrial kind of elevator. The 2-story office building, so we've really kind of focused on the needs of that, and some shop spaces here, but really again it's hinges on acquisition of the armory and starting that phase sooner than what we had planned originally, so that we can put our fleet shop in there and some other things like the sign shop and those kind of features. This is a future growth building. That's definitely a later phase. So again, utilizing this area or leaving this area, less emphasis on these areas. Definitely small truck traffic. We're still planning to access John Adams, but by way of a gate. So vehicles. One of the other things, one of the reasons we bought this was so we could improve this access way. So it's a little more effective for two-way traffic as opposed to just kind of a narrow little access road. So it'll still be very narrow, but we want to soften that corner quite a bit, make that a little safer. And then neighborhood traffic won't be allowed. Right now, neighborhood traffic can cut through this site, and we would not. It's all private property. It's just kind of been allowed over the years, so we would prohibit that. So we actually think under this plan, and really under our original plan, the neighborhood would see a lot less traffic on John Adams Street. I think our first plan had a lot more heavy truck traffic, though. I agree that is definitely going to be better in these plans than the original plan.
Can you talk about access to Waterboard and how that would happen, either pedestrian or otherwise?
Before you do you have other slides you're going to be showing first or not?
Yeah, there's more in here.
Why don't we? I'm going to ask, but Jerry, I'm going to ask him to go through his whole presentation, if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This slide shows it best, though, Doug. It's pretty easy to show that.
Yeah.
So right now, Waterboard Park access, as you know, is off the end of John Adams Street right now, and we're proposing dedicated parking there as opposed to just what folks are doing right now, which I think is using the Armory property or parking along the shoulder. So again, not a lot of change there other than delineation of those parking areas. And again, this is conceptual. We just know that doesn't change much for us. I think one of the conditions of our original approval was removal of invasives for a certain distance off our property and onto Waterboard Park. What we're proposing is sidewalk along Center Street that then provides a stairway access through this kind of natural area. And one of the conditions of our 2009 approval was that we provide a secondary access to Waterboard Park. So that was our plan for access to Waterboard Park, and keeps pedestrians kind of off this narrow section right here and really gives them a more available and usable access this way. And it also gives us opportunity to put some educational signage about invasives or native species, those kind of things. Jerry and I have talked about that quite a bit. I guess the other thing Jerry and I have talked about is acknowledgement of the use of the Armory over the years, somehow, in whether it be an office cabinet that shows not a cabinet but a display board, or in the Armory itself, something that definitely acknowledges the past use of that in a way that the community has access to. So we're up for that as well. All right, these are just examples. This board's been around of other facilities that maybe fit within a little more unique character in terms of neighborhood appeal. None of these are what we're suggesting. We're just showing different garage door frontages, because Center Street, I think, is probably the area that's what we look like today. May not want to change that much, but I think it could be improved. So especially with doorways on garage doors on that frontage, there's lots of decorative ways to do that and still fit the historic character of the neighborhood. I'm not going to talk through these other than we've considered space needs, long-term space needs. This is a 50-year design, so we're not basing it on our current needs. It's long-term needs. This is the Armory building, and just gives you an idea. These trucks are about the size of our largest truck, so it's spacious in that building, and probably larger than than what we need for a fleet shop, but this drive-through option is something we're interested in. Whether it'll fully work for us or not, we're not sure. But this is just an example floor plan, and that's
You show the trucks, I'm sorry, exiting at the bottom. Could they do that
Yeah,
behind that building?
I would say the big trucks
Pretty tight
probably
turn.
not. It's a very tight turn because the bluff is here, and I think there's some resources there we need to be careful about. But I think it still has the doorway there and has an opportunity. I think it's wide enough to maneuver inside that building, to be honest with you, at least for our smaller trucks. I think our bigger trucks are pulling in and backing out. So that's all I had, and I just wanted you to know it was ongoing, and really probably wouldn't have brought it to you if it was the only topic, but I knew I had others.
Now, I know you've involved our internationally known geologist Scott Burns,
Yes.
Professor Emeritus from Department Head of Portland State's Geology Department. Can you talk a little bit about what he says there? We know above it there's movement, but it was pretty solid where you're located.
Yeah, there's been a lot of concern about landslide there because, as you know, the slopes are steep in Waterboard Park. He described it to me as something that has been there through several thousand years of earthquakes and hasn't changed much. There is some rockfall potential, definitely further up the slope, but as you get down the slope, he says it's unlikely that you'd even see a rockfall move that direction. Now there is some creep along this edge.
Yeah.
That at one point in time we were, he liked the idea of putting bin storage there just to, again, further constrain that edge. But he's very comfortable with this. And at one point in time, he's apologized to me, but he looked at this site and the Abernathy Center site that the county is on and got the two confused when talking to the neighborhood and said, it's a real problematic site. And so we got that feedback, and that sounded quite different than what I had heard from him in our site visit. So I called him on it, and we kind of got put two together. He was talking about the county shops along Abernathy as the problematic site. So he feels like this is a good, from a geologic hazard standpoint, this is a good site for us. Obviously, we've got some man-made slopes along here. We currently have fencing for rockfall protection along there. We'd probably continue to have that kind of protection and those kind of measures in place just to ensure that in the big one, if we see rock separation, or maybe not even in the big one, we typically can see rockfall happen in this town, especially along basalt edges. So we would continue to have those concerns and address those concerns in our plan.
Well, I just want to say that the two iterations, it's really interesting to see the effort you've made to try to separate the intensity and take the pressure off John Adams. I really feel that it's really commendable. I still feel that this is the nucleus, this whole project, to really appreciating Waterboard Park because of what it is. It's such a geologically unique site. It's a massive creep area, and you can see the destruction of the road, whatever that road was called, that came on down the top in Brighton. And it's a wonderful opportunity to interpret geology in conjunction with public works and what you have as responsibilities. And on that subject, I was going to just mention that in the Armory, we did 3 workshops with Brian Boyce and I on the natural history of Waterboard Park, using that Armory to stage people out of. And it really, they were well accepted. Maybe your new conferencing capability could have that community benefit going too. And I heard your mayor say, let's build that building, have it allowable to, let's have it provided, a provision for up to 3 or 4 stories. Is that not what I heard the other night?
Yeah, he was talking about this building.
Yes.
I think he just wants to make sure we're not undersizing the building.
Right.
And
And unless I'm wrong, 3 to 4 stories would put you in a view corridor of the falls. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I don't know.
Meaning, it would be a great viewpoint from a totally different perspective. That's my point. Totally different perspective.
Then you're going to have to open those gates up, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not our objective now, Jerry. We're not. And by the way, I don't have an office in this building, and it's.
Yeah.
But I think
I might if we put a third story on.
And the other thing I'll say was that First Street comes right up towards your complex as it now exists. And last year we brought about 1,000 people on bus tours, combined vessel and bus tours, and I made sure that First Street was included because it looks right at your Public Works Department. And they said, why are we looking at that? A lot of people, because it had such unique architecture. It really does, and it tucks right into the old quarry. Then we would turn and start interpreting the old homes of the vernacular style.
This roadway right here
Yeah.
is first, second.
Second, I
Is
thought.
that second?
Second,
Whatever
wow,
it is.
that's weird. I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, right now there's a stop on one leg of it. No, there's a stop on two legs of it. So there's a stop on First, and yeah, that's First Street. Okay, there's a stop here, and there's a stop coming down the hill.
Yeah.
And people run the stop all the time coming down the hill, and they don't have a stop going up the hill. And what we hear from the neighborhood is people take a run at the hill, and they just, they accelerate right about here, and by the time they get to here, they're doing 45 miles an hour.
Wow.
So it's our intent to create a four-way intersection there and have
Good.
make it a four-way stop.
Maybe with a blinking light.
Oh, don't talk about blinking lights. They're not that effective, I'm telling you.
Actually, the trees tell you a lot about the site. Waterboard Park itself is pretty much dominated by short-lived trees,
Short live.
like black cottonwood and big leaf maple. There's no oak to speak of.
True.
But if you get right down around the armory, you start finding oak,
Right. Including
which
on-
is consistent with what you just stated from the geologist.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's true.
So the more stable it is, the more stable a site is, the more likely you're going to have a long-lived species like
Yeah.
Oregon white oak. And right there, there is a really large heritage-sized Oregon white oak.
Here somewhere, or?
I
Is
think
it the
it's
one right there in that little,
Yep. A DD
Pool?
tree.
no back that one right there.
right
yes,
there? I
that
hate to
one
say it,
right
but I
there.
found a fungus on it once, and I gave it to Mr. Stewart.
Well, they might all have fungus. They get that old.
that
But
was a really-
I also agree that cutting down the traffic on John Adams Street's really a good idea.
Right.
Really good. I really support that.
Right.
So, Mr. Clark, I wanted to share something that that really has nothing to do with this plan, but you're familiar, and I think the whole committee might look at it. We've got a big oak right here, I think. So again, it's kind of hard to see because these are new buildings. But if the cannery building is sitting here, and the big building that we have is sitting here, it's on the other side of John Adams Street.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really appreciate if this committee would. I think you do field trips from time to time.
Yes.
That tree is dead. It's dying. And we've had an arborist look at it, and I'm sure we could move forward and talk to Pete about a removal. But I want folks to recognize that dead tree before we touch it.
Great cavity nest site.
What's that?
Great
Snag.
cavity
You need
nest site.
snags. It's a wildlife tree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Protect it. Don't tear it down.
John?
It would probably fall on the street or back onto our site. But yeah, I think I would. I looked at it the other day because Martin reported it, and I was disappointed to see because it's a significant tree.
John?
I actually went in there and mapped some trees for a metro project, and that's when I discovered, lo and behold, there weren't any white oak in there in the waterboard, and duh, because it's geologically active.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
John?
Yes.
Why don't you work with Pete and I and see if we can get a field trip? Maybe if we could do it
I would love
before.
it.
Good.
Maybe we could just take an hour before
Yep.
this regular meeting session and go
Yep.
there. Dorothy's mentioning that white oak there next to your storm detention pond is also dying. So
Yeah.
maybe there'd be a benefit for all of us just to take a brief field trip out there.
Good.
Yeah.
But
Sounds
be
like we have an
advised,
expert.
I think we got more than one.
more than one.
Yeah. I've got a question off-site, but I know, Public Works owns land up there where the reservoirs are, additional land. I presume there are thoughts about what happens there, and I don't know if you're in a position to share that at all at this point.
Well, you may or may not remember, but we've done a concept plan for that. We did that when we did the seismic upgrade and the new pump station for the Mountain View Reservoir. That's probably been 7 or 8 years ago. I want to say 2007. We did a facility plan. It wasn't really a master plan, but we incorporated it in that work. And with that, it was always intended to. We need to incorporate parks use there too. They're kind of struggling with available shop space and yard space, but it showed a lot more building and a lot less yard space. So our intent is to, with some of the scale back, we recognize that we probably need to store things like plows and sanding gravel or some of our bin storage at another site just to minimize those impacts. So we do have our eyes set on that site for another phase, but we're already like storing some gravel and things like that up there. We're rearranging that yard to better utilize some of those areas up there. But yeah, that's.
Can you talk about the Mountain View site? Is that the one in behind the canned food?
Yes.
Okay. When you're saying that, I was thinking the cemetery.
Yeah.
And there's Mountain View Street. We own. There's 2 reservoirs there. There's a big one behind the cannery
Right.
building, and there's another one across the street from that. We own both those sites, and we laid out a plan that included both those sites. And it's getting dated, so we probably need to take a new look at it. But that's kind of our intent.
We do have some questions. Rita Baker, you submitted. You want to come back up?
John's giving me evil.
No, I'm not.
We
My
give you
neck
the good
is
eye.
killing me here all of a sudden.
Rita Miller, so I said Rita Baker. Rita Miller.
First of all, I'd like to make you think that because I've lived in the same house since 1958, that's when I was born, like that girl from Geneva. However, that's the year we bought our house. And I just want you to know that I come to these meetings because I love Oregon City. And I want to be a part of decisions and understanding, as John answered questions on the Main Street. I do want you to know, though, that there are still concerns of the McLaughlin neighborhood, and we'll address that at other times. But anyway, thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
Paul?
Thank you.
In that regard, one question. Since we're talking about this, can we have the McLaughlin neighborhood people come in and tell us what their concerns are?
Good idea.
Sure, that would be
We should do that. Let's do that.
I would like that myself.
Yep. Yep.
I'd like to go to their meetings.
Chair Neely and committee members. Paul Edgar again from Oregon City, Kenema. On a side note, I've been working very diligently, and I want to give you this linkage to it to help come up with some recommendations to solve homeless veterans. And we're trying to find a place and locate the place, but I'm part of a group called AMVU, which is a major nonprofit that has most of the veteran organizations involved into it. And as a result of that, including that of being involved with the Clackamas County and veteran issues at the county level, I become aware that of the dialogue about the Armory. And many of the people that I'm involved with have long-term involvements with the Armory and with all of the National Guard and the generals. Recently, I was told, and I got it secondhand, and that's all I can turn around and tell you is that the presiding general said that he had no interest in releasing that property, period. Okay? And I don't know if that's a linchpin event. But what happens, you know, we've had National Guard and we've had veteran stuff activities going on there on a regular basis. And so I think that before a lot of additional effort and money and dreaming goes on, I think it would be prudent to get a declaration from the National Guard, because this is one of the historic locations in the state of Oregon, and get that clarified, because if in fact that's critical to making this plan really work, and that's not possible, I think that should be known. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Very cool.
With that, that's the end of, appears to be the end of the public comments, so we'll go on to communications.
Oh, we got our discussion item for
Oh,
membership.
my apologies, yes, recommendation for NRC appointment. I think we've all looked at the, we've done our interviews and we've all looked at the applications. We have,
Yeah, we've had 2 interviews with Nancy Broshot and Matthew Cool. I just spoke with Trent Warnes. I talked to Trent last week, and he's not available to be here tonight. But he did give me his 2 cents on both candidates, so I can talk about that. Yeah. Okay. And your recommendation would be forwarded to the mayor, who would have the authority to make an appointment. So,
is there any discussion, or do I hear a motion for consideration?
Question, are we recommending both?
There's only one choice.
There's only
spot.
one vacancy.
Only one vacancy. Okay.
Well, I'm torn. I like both candidates. I think they both have excellent attributes. I think in terms of the mission of the committee, I believe that Ms. Brochette has, sorry if that's not the right pronunciation, the more appropriate background. That's not to say that the committee couldn't use an input of someone, you know, with a different background. Work history and so forth might be good. So I feel that either candidate would serve admirably. It's a difficult decision. Usually we don't have to choose.
I guess maybe I'll chime in. Nancy Brochot's resume was, I think, very impressive.
Yes.
Very.
I think my preference would actually to put forward her as a nominee. If we could either take a piece of paper and everybody put their preference on, let Pete do them, or by acclamation we can select one of them if there's a willingness to do that.
Well,
Go ahead.
when I was looking over both their applications, and I was trying to think about the most practical application of what NRC does. I'm the least knowledgeable on this whole committee, but then again, he kind of wanted me because I had a loud mouth and I might organize, I might shake a rattle, a roll, and hopefully somebody might come around. And I kind of do that. But boy, Nancy is exactly what we need. When we're looking at troubled areas, she's an expert eye.
Yes.
And to have that knowledge and the history that she has for just even the single most studies, and this is her backyard. Her education came out of this backyard too. She knows this inside and out. And I think with Matthew, his organization skills are grassrooted, and those are also really important, especially in about a year from now. when we really start rolling around a lot of more momentum, I guess, because I heard when he was speaking, his focus was on the riverfront, and that's where he wants to get his hands into. We're all over the county, and I think Nancy, in my opinion, would be the more valuable person. But we need to harvest him for some of these other committees that are out there.
I have nothing more to say. I'd like to make a motion that we advance Nancy.
I just wanted to share with you Trent's 2 cents too.
Yeah.
Okay. Trent told me that for qualification and experience and academics, Nancy would be great. He was torn though. He felt for energy and community outreach that Matthew would be a better choice, and that's what he said. If he forced to make a choice, he would go with the community outreach and the energy type aspect of it, but he was really torn.
Yeah. As you all know, our role is advisory. There are other mechanisms for community outreach, friends groups, and so forth, but that is not our specific role here. Second? I'll second the motion.
I'll second the motion to advance Nancy Brochet's application.
Okay. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye. There are no opposition. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now our communications.
Well, no, wait a minute here. I thought under discussion, maybe I'm wrong. What are we doing about the John Runyon tour?
Well,
that's right.
Talk about
Maybe
that
you
now.
got that figured out.
No.
Okay.
And John is here as well. So, John, the question has come up during this communications item about the John Runyon tour idea.
Okay.
And I haven't had any conversation with Eric Underwood about this yet on a preferred time or anything like that. But it was something that we wanted to follow up on and schedule for not just the NRC, but for the Urban Renewal Commission and for PRAC as well. So I don't know when the best time is at this point, but maybe we can set a window.
Well, it's my understanding John offered. It's not
Yeah.
in his scope to do that, but it sounded like he offered just because he wants to do that, which is great. And
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think it's a good idea. I thought what I heard from Eric was maybe he thought he would like to have an urban renewal and NRC do it together. Or is that kind of?
I think we wanted to
Or at least
get as
offer
many
it.
people involved on the same, tour as possible. And I think his preference was that he would go with, whatever.
The biggest concern I had about that was just, I mean, it's one of those things where you got one person and, a trail of people. I don't know how effective that is. The bigger the group, the more you need to kind of hear about it. Be able to. I'm thinking.
Give him a Mr. Mike.
I mean, it just
Well,
sounds.
this went, with all due respect, this went from us going out to all of a sudden, that got reined in.
Yeah.
And we've got the Urban Renewal Commission and the Parks Board and everybody else involved. Meanwhile, it keeps getting booted back in the calendar.
We're
I understand.
we're the ones that put forward the recommendation. Urban Renewal Commission is going to get all the information as they go forward making decisions. I think the tour for us would be adequate rather than trying to
Okay.
involve other committees at this point.
And
Yeah,
from a
I would agree with that. I just think
Okay.
if the interest is here, I haven't heard that interest from the NRC, and they've
Urban
contracted to
renewal,
work.
you mean?
Sorry, from the but
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're not. I just and I assume if there's one or two members, that's not a big deal. I was just worried about a sizable group trying to have a conversation
Right.
with John Runyon.
Exactly.
It's going to be harder to do the
Right.
bigger the group.
Okay.
Get a bus with a loudspeaker.
And, yeah.
Plus, he's
you're,
also
you're right,
fun.
Bill.
I would make a suggestion. We arrange a tour, and when we have one scheduled for us, then we just let Urban Renewal Commission is going to go through its own process, and I'm not concerned about that really. the point is, it's adjacent to parkland. It's effectively going to fall into that category more than anything else. We set up our tour, and then we invite anybody from Prac that wants to come.
That's great. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Thank you. So you'll do that?
I'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
I'm a morning person.
Communications.
Oh, no, there you go. I'll bring coffee.
Dorothy, I'll start with you if you have any communications.
I went to my Barkley Hills Association last night, and I found it lively and full of people running for office. And also, I gave a presentation on our trees. You know, I as its private citizen, I gave a presentation on heritage trees, encouraging our neighborhood to recommend any forth, and I showed a couple of them that I've got a couple new ones on the base to go, and eventually I'll get a whole stack of them to push in at one time. However, there were a couple of things that were misconstrued, and I didn't get to view it before. It said Dorothy Dalsard, Fundraising Chair Committee. I'm not sure if I'm that, but it said I was there under the NRC tree inventory. That was a misprint, and I wanted to bring that up, that I'm not representing myself as speaking for as the NRC, but I do let them know I'm part of the NRC and part of the
Sure.
Portland Arts
Absolutely.
Foundation, but sometimes things get a little misproported, and but I'm just all about right now going to each one of the neighborhood meetings.
Right.
So anyway, that was really nice because we got another person jumped on board.
Yeah, and staff is here to support you with any information that we can provide on the heritage tree process, and anybody else that wants to do it too.
And I've been
within
asked
the
that
scope
they
of
want
that.
to trifold
Right.
on our information.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm throwing that back at you.
Yeah. On my list.
I know.
I'll go ahead and just kind of talk about the Greater Oregon City Watershed Council. We're trying to work out putting forward a grant request for actually having a rapid assessment of Abernathy Creek, certain portions of it in terms of both the habitat and the fish presence. And we would be doing that with John Runyon's group should that occur. We don't have the funding yet, but we think we're going to be able to pursue that.
Good, very good, very good. You have a new member, don't you? Technical person besides Rita? Thought you had.
Yes, he's with the Clackamas. He works on the Clackamas culverts and so forth. His name escapes me.
Okay, I don't know the name
Yeah.
of it, but
Yeah.
no. Good. My only comment would be, I was really glad to see all these people here tonight. Really.
Yay.
You know, like, because it's been fundamentally not exciting to not have people show up. And then, John, your presentations were very important, very, very important
Yeah.
tonight to give clarity to what's going on, where there was kind of it was unclear in the code what was really going to happen.
Yeah.
And the
Thanks, John.
25-foot number, I want to tell you, I just wanted to, that ordinary high water line thing that went back and forth and back and forth. Here it appears, as it should have been all along. When it was supposed to be 16 feet in the code, they chose that number. They're not going to go down to 16 feet because they'll get a federal citation. I just find it there were commissioners that are no longer with this city that fought that battle. And I was wondering, right there on the dredging permit for the Corps of Engineers approved dredging was 25 feet, ordinary high water line. And for some reason, the code, it was lower. And I never understood how gravity works that way. Water doesn't come to the same level. Anyway.
Money. The only thing that makes water flow uphill, don't you? Money.
But on the other hand, now a bunch of stuff can happen in the cove because of John Runyon's involvement that will be below the high water line, things we all wanted to see happen.
Yeah, I was really excited.
That's wonderful,
about
and the
that.
developer's totally for it.
Yeah.
All right.
My beef. my beef with the Corps of Engineers in the term ordinary high water line does not exist in the technical arena of fluvial geomorphology. We talk about bank full flow,
Okay,
which is the term that the Corps should be using
okay.
because that's what scientists use. And the Cove thing definitely concerns me. I think it's pretty unrealistic to believe that we can calculate things that finitely, but under our regulations and stuff, that's what's allowed. So we have to make it work the best way we can.
Bill, any comments that you want to have of issue any things that you've been involved in you want to talk about?
Not a thing.
With that, I'll close the meeting, and somehow I did get logged off.
What a good meeting. Good meeting.
Yeah, it was. Very good.